Chapter 2237. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We will provide you with exciting novels to read. 7 days later, Limitless Sword Sect. Fang Chen saw Jian Wuji in the inner sect. The latter was in a slightly sorry state. Sect Master, are you all right? Fang Chen hurried over and helped Jian Wuji to a stone bench in the courtyard. There was a look of surprise on his face. I'm fine. Jian Wuji said, Old Freak Dao's strength is much stronger than I imagined. Fortunately, I have made some progress in my sword Dao in recent years. Otherwise, I would have definitely lost this time. Hearing Jian Wuji say this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. He did not expect Sect Master Dao to be so powerful. But don't worry. As long as you are in the territory of my Limitless Sword Sect, he won't dare to kill you. Jian Wuji said. Many thanks for saving me, Sect Master. Fang Chen cupped his fists. After resting for a while, Jian Wuji asked, Oh right, why did you go to the territory of the Divine Blade Sect? Fang Chen told Jian Wuji everything about his journey to the Divine Sword Sect's territory. The latter nodded and smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. You've broken through to the Unity Realm. Now that you've broken through to the Unity Realm, it should be hard for you to find a match among those at the Unity Realm, right? Fang Chen nodded. After his innate Divine Order rune evolved into a God Spring, it was much bigger than the God Spring of ordinary Unity Realm warriors. Therefore, he was very strong. He could start a massacre the moment he broke through to the Unity Realm. Originally, I was worried that it would be difficult for you to evolve into a God Spring with your innate Divine Order rune. But now, it seems that I was thinking too much. Jian Wuji said with gratification. The Devil City was about to open. Fang Chen's cultivation had stepped into the Unity Realm. This was good news for the Limitless Sword Sect. Sect Master, when will the Devil City open? Fang Chen asked. Speaking of the Devil City, Jian Wuji's expression changed. The Demon City is already in the process of opening. However, every time it opens, the time interval is different. We need to wait patiently. Jian Wuji said, according to past experience, the Demon City will open in at most a year. It's almost a year now. Don't go out during this period of time. Stay in the Sword Sect and consolidate your cultivation. I know. Fang Chen nodded. However, deep in his heart, he still could not let go of Bai Qingqing's death. He put all the blame on himself. He felt that he was late and caused Bai Qingqing's death. He was very regretful. That was why he acted to exterminate the entire Gong clan, and even some of the Unity Realm elders of the Divine Blade Sect. Sect Master, do you know anything about the Demon City? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Up until now, his understanding of the Demon City had all come from Han Wan. He knew nothing else. The Demon City has existed for a very long time. However, at the beginning, the Demon City did not attract much attention. Moreover, it was just a very ordinary place. Jian Wuji said, however, because of the fall of Demon Venerable Heaven Saint, the Demon City underwent a huge change. The environment there became incomparably bad. Because everyone wanted to obtain the inheritance of Demon Venerable Heaven Saint, many experts entered the Demon City one after another. Saying up to this point, Jian Wuji paused slightly before continuing. However, when they entered, they discovered that everything was a dead end that Demon Venerable Heaven Saint was involved in. All the experts who coveted his inheritance all fell. Over time, the Demon City was filled with inheritances. In the end, the Demon City was sealed. After the experts of our Void Star Heaven explored, they finally grasped some techniques. Every time the Demon City opens, some outstanding geniuses would be sent in to temper themselves. Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. He did not expect that the Demon City had such a story. Why would an innate paragon set up a dead end, killing countless experts before sealing the entire Demon City? He could not understand even after racking his brains. In the end, his gaze landed on Jian Wuji. The foundation of the Demon City is not something you can imagine. For countless years, many cultivators who entered the Demon City have not come out. We suspect that they are still alive, but they don't want to come out. Jian Wuji said, "Therefore, when you enter the demon city this time, not only will you meet the outstanding geniuses of the other 3 heavens, you might even meet some experts from the past." Jian Wuji's meaning was clear. The trip to the demon city was extremely dangerous. One had to be careful in order to have a chance of survival. Of course, the danger was proportional to the opportunity. Although the demon city was very dangerous, there were opportunities everywhere. Many people entered the demon city for the inheritance of demon Venerable Heaven Saint. If they could obtain the inheritance, their future achievements might even surpass the unparalleled experts like the galaxy ancestor. With a wave of their hand, the entire void star heaven would listen to their orders. Of course, all of this was still far away from Fang Chen. Jian Wuji and Fang Chen chatted for a while before leaving. As for what was in the demon city, he was not too sure. The rules of the demon city were too tyrannical. Even if they forced their way in, only death would await them. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since the end of Dongshuan's grand meet. The demon city had yet to fully open. The 5 chosen disciples were all waiting in their hearts. During this period, Fang Chen received a message from Little Mouse and the others. He had come to the northwest of Wuji Sword Sect's territory, to meet them at a mountain called the Psychedelic Mountain. "Boss, what do you think of our Psychedelic Mountain?" Little Mouse said excitedly with a smile on his face. Fang Chen looked around. The Psychedelic Mountain was steep, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, the origin energy on the mountain peak was very dense, very suitable for cultivation. "You guys are occupying this mountain and calling yourselves kings?" Fang Chen raised his eyelids and asked with a smile. "After leaving Wuji Sword Sect, we have been wandering in this area. We often fight, and our strength has improved rapidly. Now, the 5 of us have reached peak Divine Pattern Realm, but we are stuck at the bottleneck, unable to break through to Unity Realm," Xiao Huang said. "After some thought, we decided to find a place to cultivate in peace. We happened to find the Psychedelic Mountain. Originally, there was an initial stage Unity Realm martial artist on the mountain, but the 5 of us sent him away. Since then, we have occupied the mountain and called ourselves kings. When we are bored, we will rob the rich to help the poor. It is a happy and carefree life," Little Hai said. Pangolin by the side was still very calm. After his strength reached peak Divine Pattern Realm, Pangolin's insane defense was fully displayed. Among the 5 of them, only Little Mouse's godly devourer rat physique could contend with Pangolin. As for Xiao Huang, Little Hai, and the old faker's 3rd brother, if they were to compete with Pangolin in terms of physical defense, they would only be looking for trouble. Some time ago, Boss slaughtered everyone in Dongshuan's grand meet. Just hearing about it makes me feel good. Knowing that Boss might enter the demon city soon, we specially called you here to gather with the 5 of us, Pangolin said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. Sitting cross-legged, he took out wine from his Sumeru ring, and the 5 of them drank and sang. On this day, on the Psychedelic Mountain, waves of fragrance came. Many martial artists who passed by were puzzled. Who dared to act so recklessly on the Psychedelic Mountain? However, all of this was not important. After 3 rounds of drinking, Fang Chen's gaze swept across the 5 of them, and then he said in a low voice, "The Demon City is a rare holy land for cultivation. I have the chance to bring the 5 of you in, but this depends on your opinion." "Boss, really?" The little mouse was very excited. He loved excitement the most. Especially after hearing about the legends of the Demon City, he was even more fascinated. Fang Chen nodded heavily. If it was a year ago, he would not have the confidence. However, since he stepped into the Unity Realm and obtained the Divine Spring, everything had changed. The Divine Spring formed a space of its own that could hide Little Mouse and the others in the Divine Spring. Using the power of the Divine Spring to hide their auras, they could then blend into the Demon City. Of course, Fang Chen had also experimented. Only plant-type or beast-type cultivators could do it. The Divine Spring could not contain living cultivators. Ha ha ha, if it's really possible, of course we're willing. That's right. That's the Demon City. I dream of going in. The 5 of them were very excited. They had wandered in Dongxian Heaven for a long time and knew that their strength was too weak. They urgently needed to improve their strength. Chapter 2238. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The group of brothers had not seen each other for a long time. After drinking, they were in high spirits. Love go little say neck for the entire night. The illusion mountain was brightly lit, and laughter could be heard everywhere. The next day, Fang Chen woke up when the sun just passed the horizon. He shook his head helplessly. He did not expect that he would be drunk without any defense. If the enemy attacked him, he would not even know. This was too dangerous. Looking at his brothers who were sleeping soundly, he felt warmth in his heart. Just as Fang Chen was about to wake them up, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura approaching. Amen. Someone is coming. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense silently. He discovered two people at the foot of the mountain. Elder Fu, it's here. A middle-aged Unity Realm cultivator wearing a blue robe pointed at the illusion mountain. He said in a deep voice, "Those 5 divine inscriptions realm fellows are very strong when they work together. I can't defeat them at all. Chumph, a mere divine inscriptions realm cultivator dares to bully my nephew? Truly courting death." Saying that, the old man called Elder Fu leaped and arrived at the peak of the mountain. It's them. The middle-aged Unity Realm cultivator wearing a blue robe saw Little Mouse and the others who were sleeping soundly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Please help me, Elder Fu." Wang. Suddenly, a violent energy surged out from the body of Elder Fu, waking up the 5 fellows who were sleeping soundly. What's going on? Little Mouse stood up and looked around. When he discovered the middle-aged Unity Realm cultivator wearing a blue robe, his eyes revealed a mocking smile. He said, "Old man, you dare to come again? Have you forgotten what we said to you? From now on, the illusion mountain belongs to us 5 brothers. If you dare to come again, we'll break your dog legs." "Oh, you even brought helpers. Do you really think that we brothers don't dare to kill you?" The eyes of Little Mouse and the others were filled with faint coldness. Beside them, Fang Chen had been quietly watching the entire time. "Chumph, the few of you are still unaware of your imminent death." The middle-aged Unity Realm expert coldly said, "With Elder Fu here, all of you will have to die." Elder Fu stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd with disdain in his eyes. Just a few pieces of trash at the divine inscriptions realm, yet they dare to be so arrogant in front of me. They really don't know how to write the word death, Old Fu said disdainfully. "Old man, what are you pretending for?" With Boss supporting them, Little Mouse and the others naturally had nothing to fear. "Elder Fu, they are too arrogant. Please make a move and suppress them," the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert said. Wang. Old Fu took action. He stretched out his big hand and a violent force enveloped Little Mouse and the other 4. Instantly, the 5 of them were shrouded. "Aren't you very capable?" Looking at the ferocious faces of the 5 of them, Elder Fu sneered, "Make a martial oath to be my servant forever and I can spare your lives." "In your dreams. You stupid old man, kill us if you are capable." Elder Fu was naturally furious after being scolded by these divine inscriptions realm fellows. Killing intent rose in his heart. Being a Unity Realm expert, he could see how extraordinary these 5 fellows were with a single glance. In addition, the 5 of them had previously worked together to defeat the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert. This caused a strand of greed to appear in the heart of Elder Fu. If he could accept these 5 fellows as his subordinates and properly train them, they would definitely become a powerful force in the future. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. "Since that is the case, then all of you can die," Elder Fu coldly said. The god spring in his chi si erupted with a violent force and directly launched his strongest attack on the 5 of them. Hong long long. Facing such a powerful attack, Little Mouse and the others remained unmoved. Chumph, still pretending to be calm at this moment. "I would like to see what dignity you have left the moment you die." The blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert sneered in his heart and said with disdain, "Enough." All of a sudden, a faint voice sounded. In the next moment, a powerful fist light bombarded the body of Elder Fu, forcing the latter to retreat. Deng deng deng. After Elder Fu steadied himself, the color of his eyes changed slightly. Only then did he notice Fang Chen. "Who are you?" The power of the latter's fist had surprised him. "Who I am is not important," Fang Chen indifferently said. "What is important is that they are my brothers. My brothers have already let them go, yet you harbor a grudge in your heart and recklessly seek revenge." Fang Chen looked at Elder Fu and said in a deep voice, "Brat, don't meddle in other people's business." Elder Fu frowned. Although the latter was also a Unity Realm expert, his realm was obviously inferior to his. "Oh, then there is nothing more to say." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a punch. "You are courting death." Elder Fu sneered and used his technique to block Fang Chen's fist light. However, when his attack came into contact with the fist light, his expression changed drastically and he retreated. Poochie. Elder Fu's clothes were torn apart. The blood in his body was tumbling. He endured the pain and stabilized his body, barely dodging Fang Chen's attack. "Who?" Elder Fu took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with a trace of horror. He had never thought that this young martial artist in front of him would have such powerful combat power. He must be a heaven's pride from a big sect. "I can't fight against him." Thinking of this, Elder Fu tidied up his clothes and cupped his fists towards Fang Chen. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I apologize on behalf of my nephew for his previous actions. I will leave now and never step into the illusionary mountain again." After saying that, Elder Fu pulled the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert who was in a daze and left the illusionary mountain in a hurry. "Boss, are we letting him go just like that?" Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Elder Fu was too weak. He was not worth it for him to act. In other words, he disdained to kill him. Under the illusionary mountain, Elder Fu walked in a hurry with a gloomy expression. The blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert could not help but feel puzzled. He asked, "Elder Fu, why did you suddenly leave? Even though that brat is also at the Unity Realm, he has not cultivated for as long as you. He is definitely weaker than you." "Shut up." Elder Fu angrily reprimanded, "I was nearly killed by a fool like you. In the future, don't come looking for me for your matters." After saying that, Elder Fu no longer cared about the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert and left. "Also, if you wish to live for a few more days, don't provoke those few from the illusionary mountain." This was Elder Fu's advice to the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert. Seeing the departing figure of Elder Fu, the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert was puzzled. He said, "Unless that brat is really that terrifying? Even Elder Fu does not dare to provoke him." Thinking of this, the blue-robed middle-aged Unity Realm expert stole a glance at the illusionary mountain before leaving. Fang Chen brought the 5 brothers back to the Limitless Sword sect. "Boss, is this the inner sect?" Little Mouse asked excitedly. "If not for Boss, we would not be qualified to enter the inner sect." "What a pity. If sister-in-law could enter the Devil City, that would be great," Xiao Huang said with regret. Hearing that, Fang Chen lightly shook his head. This was not something he could decide. But he believed that even if she did not enter the Devil City, his wife's future achievements would not be weak. This is the inner sect and not the outer sect. The few of you should not move around recklessly, Fang Chen reminded. "Rest assured, boss. We know." Little Mouse chuckled. Illusory Star Heaven, headquarters of Tianqing's remnant clan. "Sir, are you really confident of sending our Tianqing's remnant clan disciples into the Devil City?" The expert standing on the highest throne was one of the few experts from Tianqing's remnant clan. He was an existence that could challenge Ancestor Star River and the others. He possessed supreme magic power and had been in a deep slumber to recover his strength. The opening of the Devil City had alarmed him. "In the past, I once saw Demon Venerable Heavenly Saint from afar. That shocking battle was unforgettable." The expert on the throne said with a hoarse voice, "Even with my strength, I only dared to watch from afar." The people below listened quietly. At this moment, the expert on the throne flipped his palm. A pitch-black metal piece appeared in his palm. This metal piece was slightly damaged, but it contained a powerful demonic power. After they left after the battle, I secretly came to the battlefield and picked up this thing. The expert on the throne pinched the metal piece between his fingers. Chapter 2239. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. A year and a half after the Dongxian Grand Meeting ended, the Devil City finally opened. On this day, all the cultivators in the Void Star Heaven could feel the ground trembling. The sound of a bell reverberated through the 9 heavens. Countless experts headed towards the Devil City, wanting to see the true appearance of the Devil City. Limitless sword sect, on the sky-piercing stone pillar. Jian Wuji's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and looked into the distance. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. The 3 apex sect masters of Dongxian Heaven conversed with each other and prepared to head to the Devil City. Northern Black Sky, Northern Black Desert. This desert was a famous desert in the Northern Black Sky and even the entire Void Star Heaven. The Northern Black Desert ran through the entire Northern Black Sky, forcibly splitting it into 2. And within the Northern Black Desert, there was a moving city called the Devil City. When the Devil City opened, the entire Northern Black Desert was sealed. Without an expert leading the way, cosmos gods could not enter. The experts of the Northern Black Sky were the first to descend into the Northern Black Desert. The Devil City has opened. Let's go over and take a look. The few leaders of the Northern Black Sky sect exchanged glances before bringing their elite disciples into the Northern Black Desert. Hoo. In the Northern Black Desert, the wind was raging. Looking from afar, it was as if the sky was filled with dust and tornadoes were everywhere. But after entering the Northern Black Desert, one would discover that everything was merely an illusion. The true Northern Black Desert was deathly silent. This place was filled with killing aura as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Along the way, one could often see some withered bones in the desert. These were all cultivators who had fallen here in order to explore the Devil City. In a certain area of the Northern Black Desert, several experts of the Northern Black Sky brought their most elite disciples and looked into the distance. Even though the Devil City has opened, it hasn't completely appeared. We can only wait. Let's wait for the experts of the other 3 heavens to arrive. 3 days later, the experts of the Western Black Sky arrived. Following closely behind, the people of the Southern Black Sky arrived. The latest to arrive was the Eastern Black Sky. Under the lead of Jian Wuji and the others, Fang Chen stepped into the Northern Black Desert. Yi. As soon as he entered, Fang Chen noticed that something was wrong. In his impression, the temperature in the desert was often abnormally high. But in this Northern Black Desert, the temperature was very moderate. There's a problem, Fang Chen said to himself. How is it? The Demon City hasn't appeared yet? The top experts of the 4 mysterious heavens gathered together, chatting and laughing. Fang Chen and the others stood quietly, waiting for the Demon City to appear. Brother Fang. Suddenly, Chen Fan approached Fang Chen with a smile on his face as he called out in a low voice. Fang Chen turned around. He wasn't familiar with Chen Fan. This trip to the Devil City will be extremely dangerous. If we can have 1 or 2 people to look after each other, it should be better. Chen Fan said, I wonder if Brother Fang is interested in cooperating with me. Fang Chen shook his head and said, let's wait until we enter the Demon City. Seeing this, Chen Fan nodded gently and left. Fang Chen felt that there was something wrong with Chen Fan. As for what was wrong, he couldn't tell. In a trance, he felt that there was an aura on Chen Fan that made him shudder. But after sensing it carefully, he found nothing. The saber demon looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of anger. He had already forgotten the last time he was chased by Fang Chen like a stray dog. This time, he would definitely obtain a powerful inheritance in the Demon City, increase his strength, and then kill Fang Chen. In the clouds in the void, several old men looked at the Northern Black Desert below with a smile. The Demon City has appeared, Ancestor Xing, he suddenly said. The other old men looked over and discovered a faintly discernible city somewhere in the Black Northern Desert. Every time the Demon City opens, a peerless monster will be born. I wonder if a monster will be born in this batch of little guys. The purple-robed old man smiled. At this point, Their eyes all fell on the Galaxy Patriarch. Ancestor Xing, he was a peerless monster who came out of the demon city. Now, he had grown to the extent that his name shook the void star sky. With a stomp of his feet, the entire void star sky would tremble. Xing He, that little guy who absorbed the innate divine order rune, seems to be from your Xing He cosmos? The blue-robed old man asked. This brat has already stepped into the unity realm. His god spring is much bigger than ordinary people. Moreover, he has the myriad sword body. If he can walk out of the demon city alive, his achievements will be limitless. At their level, they didn't just look at people's appearance. What was inside and what was deep was what they valued. When they saw Fang Chen for the first time, they didn't feel surprised. However, in just over a year's time, they discovered that Fang Chen's body had undergone a great change. Thinking about it, all of this should be related to the innate divine order rune. Ari, our void star sky is short of talents these years. There are no talents in the younger generation. I hope this little guy can rise. The purple-robed old man sighed. That's right. How long can the few of us old farts last? There will be a day when we reach the end. I hope that before we reach a higher level, a peerless monster will appear and bring hope to the void star sky. Ancestor Xing, he didn't say anything. His attention was on Fang Chen. Alright, the demon city is completely stabilized. Patriarch Starry River said all of a sudden. Below, in the black northern desert, a gale suddenly blew. Dust flew everywhere. Everyone's spiritual sense was greatly restricted. The demon city has appeared. Jian Wuji said solemnly. Dong. A deafening rumble rang out. After the dust settled, a dilapidated city appeared before everyone's eyes. Fang Chen was curious and surprised. Was this dilapidated city the legendary demon city? It's not domineering at all. Are you sure this is the demon city? Han Yuan pursed his lips. The leaders of the four mysterious sects discussed among themselves before they said, the demon city has already opened. Don't underestimate this dilapidated city. If you aren't careful, you might end up losing your lives inside. Alright, let's start now. Release your aura and enter the demon city one by one. First were the 5 Unity Realm experts of the Northern Mysterious Heaven. They took a step forward and released their aura before disappearing into the broken city. Soon, the disciples of the Western Mysterious Heaven and Southern Mysterious Heaven entered. Finally, it was the Northern Mysterious Heaven's turn. Fang Chen was slightly nervous. He was afraid that the demon city would sense the aura of Little Mouse and the others. Hua la. After entering the demon city, their figures disappeared. Wang. Following that, the demon city disappeared into the black northern desert. The demon city has disappeared. We don't know when it will appear again. We will leave first. Jian Wuji and the others said with a smile. Soon, there were no traces left in the black northern desert. Ancestor Star River and the others had also left. At a certain hidden place in the desert, at the moment when the demon city was about to disappear, a piece of broken metal silently shot into the demon city. When the metal piece came into contact with the demon city, there was a trace of resistance. But after the metal piece released the aura of an innate paragon, the demon city let it pass. It has entered. The expert from the Sky Pillar Remnant clan hidden under the desert was secretly delighted. This time, I will definitely turn the demon city upside down. The so-called elites of the Void Star Sky will all die. This is the demon city. Fang Chen looked around and said doubtfully. He was alone in the city. His surroundings were empty, and there was no one around. We separated again. Fang Chen was slightly startled. They came in together, yet he could not see any traces of senior disciple brother Han Yuan. It seemed that they had separated. Soon, Fang Chen confirmed that this should be the inner part of the demon city. Actually, it was better to say that this was an independent space than a demon city. This city is. Fang Chen leaped and came to the sky above the city. His divine consciousness spread out and shrouded the entire city. Suddenly, an angry voice came from the depths of the city. Who doesn't want to live? How dare you disturb my cultivation? As soon as the voice fell, a vast power came from the depths of the city. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. This is Chapter 2240. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Are you the one disturbing this king's cultivation? The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and tattered clothes had a strong aura. He stared at Fang Chen and asked coldly, I came here by accident. If I have disturbed you, I am very sorry. Fang Chen had just entered the Devil City and did not understand the situation clearly. He did not want to offend others. Yi! The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble suddenly exclaimed. He immediately widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen, asking, You are new here? Fang Chen was startled. His expression was caught by the other party. The latter laughed loudly. His face was filled with excitement. That is to say, the Devil City has opened. You came from the outside world? Is there a problem? Fang Chen frowned. Brat, seeing that you have just entered the Devil City, this king will be lenient and not kill you. But you have to join our demonic faction. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble said. Demonic faction? Fang Chen was even more puzzled. What exactly was in the Devil City? Sorry, I do not wish to join any organization. Fang Chen shook his head. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble became slightly angry, saying, Brat, I have given you a chance, yet you do not cherish it. Do you know how many people want to join our demonic faction but do not have the chance? Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. Saying that, the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble released a powerful aura from his body, forcing Fang Chen to join. At the same time, he unleashed a thunderous attack. Such a powerful aura. Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. The aura released by the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble had already surpassed the Unity realm. His heart palpitated slightly. What is going on? Fang Chen did not dare to resist. He executed the time-space collapse technique and dodged the other party's attack. Peng! The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble became even more furious after his attack missed. You are courting death. He growled and unleashed a violent attack. In the beginning, Fang Chen was indeed a little scared. He was frightened by the middle-aged man's aura. However, he soon discovered that something was amiss. Hey! His attack power doesn't seem to be that strong. Fang Chen could not understand. The aura of a person far surpassed the Unity realm, yet his offensive power was not much different from a Unity realm expert. What exactly was going on? Shaking his head, Fang Chen turned around and looked at the bearded middle-aged man. The fourth move of the traceless sword technique. Whoosh! The transparent sword light pierced through the bearded man's attack at an unimaginable speed and forced him to retreat. Your strength. A look of surprise appeared on the latter's face. Rumble. In a spurt of energy, Fang Chen took advantage of the stubble-bearded man's moment of surprise to launch a peerless attack, gradually suppressing him. Traceless sword technique. The more he attacked, the more Fang Chen realized that this person's attack power was not as strong as he had imagined. The illusory technique and the transcending heaven-grade array whistled. In an instant, the two layers formed the strongest illusory array, trapping the bearded man within. Damn! No matter how the bearded man attacked, he could not break it. Are you bullying me because I don't know about illusory techniques? After a long time, the bearded man was helpless and gave up on attacking. Brat, let this king out, and the grudge between us will be forgotten. The bearded man finally gave in. Fang Chen strolled into the illusory array. He stared at the bearded man and said, It is not impossible for me to let you go, but you have to answer a few of my questions. I know what you want to ask. I can tell you. The bearded man nodded. Is this the Devil City? Fang Chen asked. Nonsense, if this is not the Devil City, could it be the Ghost City? The aura on your body is so strong, but why is your offensive power so weak? Fang Chen continued asking. Hearing this, the bearded man spread out his hands and said helplessly. The reason why the Devil City is called the Devil City is because it has a devilish cultivation environment. The laws of the world in the Devil City are different from the outside world. We cultivate under the laws of the outside world. After entering the Devil City, We will naturally be repelled and suppressed by the laws of the world here. The bearded man said, thus, no matter how strong you are in the Devil City, you will be suppressed to the unity realm. Actually, I am a pure sky god. Hearing this, Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Pure sky god was an existence that surpassed the cosmos god realm. Similar to the cosmos god realm, pure sky god was divided into 3 realms: the heaven-opening realm, the earth-splitting realm, and the absolute saint realm. The heaven-opening realm meant that one had the strength to open the heavens. His fleshy body had reached the limit, forming a space within his body. The earth-splitting realm meant fusing the god spring and space together, filling the space with life. The absolute saint realm gave the space the laws of the world, allowing it to operate stably. At the same time, it was separated from the body. Most people would say that pure sky god could create a miniature cosmos, but it was mainly referring to the absolute saint realm experts. And this bearded man in front of him was only an early-stage heaven-opening expert. His cultivation was suppressed, but his aura was not. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood. Heaven-opening realm? Fang Chen looked at this bearded man playfully, asking, how many human warriors are there in the Devil City? The bearded man shook his head. The Devil City has existed for too long. Before the innate paragons came, there were already many people cultivating in the Devil City. Over time, I am not sure how many people there are in the Devil City. What is the demonic faction that you mentioned previously? Fang Chen continued asking. The Devil City is a rare cultivation ground. Even though the cultivation is suppressed here, the speed of cultivation is extremely fast. Furthermore, it is possible to obtain the inheritance of experts. Thus, very few warriors are willing to leave after coming in. The bearded man said, where there are people, there will be Jianghu. Where there is Jianghu, there will be disputes. Many geniuses are unwilling to fall behind others. They slowly build their own organizations and rely on them to snatch some cultivation resources. The demonic faction is one of the 5 strongest organizations in the Devil City. The bearded man said, I am only in the demonic faction branch. With my strength, I am not qualified to join the headquarters. At this point, a strange look flashed across the bearded man's face. You must not underestimate the 5 great organizations in the Devil City. They can crush any warrior. The bearded man said. After chatting with the bearded man for a while, Fang Chen understood a little. The so-called organizations were actually some experts who raised their arms and shouted loudly. Many weaker warriors would seek refuge under their subordinates, forming a temporary organization. This kind of organization had some sense of teamwork in the Devil City. After leaving the Devil City, who would know each other? After all, everything they did was to improve their strength. The warriors in the Devil City have cultivated for a very long time. Don't think that their cultivation is suppressed to the unity realm. Their methods are not something that ordinary people can compare to. The bearded man said. Fang Chen could understand. Although their cultivation realm was suppressed, it did not mean that their comprehension was suppressed. They could still cultivate some of the divine techniques that Hun Tianxian could cultivate. Moreover, for some powerful martial artists, just their martial Dao comprehension alone was enough to instantly kill many martial artists, right? Raise your martial Dao comprehension in the Devil City. After leaving the Devil City, your cultivation realm will naturally rise. The bearded man said. This was also the reason why everyone did not want to leave the Devil City. Hence, any random unity realm expert in the Devil City would most likely be at the absolute sage realm or even stronger. Other than the 5 great organizations, there are some scattered small organizations. These small organizations are very unstable. They might be exploring together today and disband tomorrow. The bearded man said, many people will think of all ways to join the 5 great organizations in order to seek protection. The 5 great organizations are so powerful. Why do you want to rope me in? Fang Chen asked indifferently. The bearded man chuckled, new warriors have great potential. Some can stand out very quickly after being nurtured. Therefore, the 5 great organizations like such talents. In the Devil City, one could see some old monsters who had cultivated for millions or even tens of millions of years. Fortunately, Their cultivation was suppressed to the unity realm. Although they had unimaginable methods, it was still within the range of Fang Chen's acceptance. What a strange devil city. How is it? Are you willing to join our demonic faction? The bearded man asked. Chapter 2241. Genius 1 second remember love go little? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The middle-aged man with stubble was called Thunderhand King. He was an ordinary member of the devil faction. There were a total of 36 branches in the entire Devil City. Although he was a heaven-opening realm martial artist, he had been heavily injured after fighting with experts from other factions. He had been cultivating in this city. Because this place was remote, almost no one would come here. Occasionally, someone would come here, but they would be killed by Thunderhand King. Therefore, after discovering Fang Chen, Thunderhand King's first choice was to capture him. You are the weakest heaven-opening realm martial artist I have ever seen. Fang Chen attacked Thunderhand King without hesitation. In the fight with the latter, Fang Chen discovered that Thunderhand King had lived for tens of thousands of years in vain. Are you sure you were a heaven's pride of northern profound sky 10,000 years ago? Fang Chen carefully stared at Thunderhand King. He didn't feel like it at all. Any heaven's pride had pride in their heart. They were unwilling to be under others. And Thunderhand King didn't have any sharpness. Thunderhand King sighed, you just entered Devil City. You don't know anything. What are the geniuses of the outside world? So what if they are monstrous? They are all old monsters who have cultivated for millions of years. Just their comprehension of the martial Tao is enough to kill all geniuses. When I first entered, I was like you, a hothead and very arrogant. But time has smoothed out my arrogance. After entering the devil faction, I cultivated for 10,000 years and finally stepped into the heaven-opening realm. Thunderhand King said, my goal is the absolute saint realm. When my martial Tao comprehension reaches the absolute saint realm, Devil City will open, and I will leave. Although one's realm was suppressed in Devil City, martial Tao comprehension wasn't suppressed. However, one's comprehension of martial arts would not be suppressed. The higher one's comprehension, the stronger one would be. Once one's martial Tao comprehension reached the absolute saint realm, after leaving Devil City and coming into contact with the outside world's law baptism, one's cultivation would rise from unity realm to absolute saint realm. There are too many monstrous geniuses in Devil City. When you see them, you will know what despair is. Thunderhand King said. Clearly, Fang Chen had just entered Devil City and couldn't understand. After talking with Thunderhand Wang for a while, he felt that this person's nature was not bad. With a thought, Fang Chen directly removed the illusory formation. Brother, what's your name? Thunderhand King asked. Dongxian Heaven, Fang Chen of the Limitless Sword Sect. So you're a disciple of Dongxian Heaven. No wonder your sword Tao divine arts are so exquisite. Thunderhand King chuckled, I was once saved by an expert of the Limitless Sword Sect in the Demon City. Our meeting can be considered fate. I'll remind you to raise your comprehension of the martial Tao to the heaven-opening realm as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you'll find it hard to move around in Demon City. By the way, you can pay attention to the Demon God list when you have time, Thunderhand King said. What is the Demon God list? The Demon God ranking is a ranking created by many experts in Demon City. It's used to measure the strength of a cultivator. There are only 100 names on this list. Those who can make it onto the Demon God list are all very strong. At least, their martial Tao comprehension has reached the saint realm, Thunderhand King said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. The experts on the Demon God list had martial Tao comprehension at least at the saint realm? It said that the top 10 experts on the Demon God list have martial Tao comprehension beyond the level of pure sky god, Thunderhand King said solemnly. Fang Chen's heart trembled. For the first time, he began to seriously examine Demon City. He knew that the sword master of the outer sect of the Wuji sword sect was a true absolute saint. It was said that he had already reached the final step of the sale. And Jian Wuji was even stronger. He had already surpassed the level of pure sky god. Unexpectedly, there was such a monster in this small demon city. Even if this person only had martial Dao comprehension, he could easily kill him, right? Thinking of this, Fang Chen fell into silence. Suddenly, a sinister laugh came from outside the city. "Let's go," Thunder Hand King urged. "Thunder Hand King, I didn't expect you to hide in such a remote place." However, before Fang Chen took action, a black-robed middle-aged man appeared in the city. Thunder Hand King was helpless. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he directly faced the black-robed middle-aged man. "Blackhorn King, do you really want to go against our demon god branch?" Thunder Hand King said coldly. Opposite him, Blackhorn King sneered, "Thunder Hand King, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Even if I kill you, the demon god branch won't avenge you, right?" Thunder Hand King clenched his fists, exuding a cold killing intent. Not long ago, he was injured in the battle with Blackhorn King. That was why he was trapped by Fang Chen. He had hidden himself very well, but he was still discovered by Blackhorn King. "What? Found a helper?" Blackhorn King's gaze swept over Fang Chen and sneered. Fang Chen quietly paid attention to Blackhorn King. The latter's aura seemed to be stronger than Thunder Hand King. No matter how many helpers you find, it's useless. As soon as Blackhorn King's voice fell, his figure flickered and directly appeared in front of Thunder Hand King. Shio! 2 hard horns appeared on his forehead, directly colliding with Thunder Hand King and Fang Chen. "Be careful of his horns!" Thunder Hand King exclaimed, exerting all his strength to block Blackhorn King's hard horns. However, at this time, Blackhorn King's other horn fiercely collided with Fang Chen's body. Thunder Hand King's face was filled with helplessness and regret. After the violent power invaded Fang Chen's body, not only did it not destroy his body, it was absorbed by the fist-sized divine spring. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. Although Blackhorn King's attack couldn't kill him, it wasn't easy for him to block it. While Fang Chen was pondering, Blackhorn King's figure flashed and retreated far away, looking at Fang Chen in shock. "Kid, who are you?" Blackhorn King asked with a deep voice. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Thunder Hand King was worrying about how to deal with Blackhorn King. Seeing this scene, he was slightly stunned. Fang Chen remained silent, still pondering. The Blackhorn King became even more anxious when he saw this. Could it be an expert from the Devil God branch? Blackhorn King thought inwardly, but the aura on his body is very weak. Could it be that he is deliberately hiding it? The more he thought, the more he felt something was wrong. Looking at Thunder Hand King's expression, Blackhorn King cursed inwardly. "Thunder Hand King, I will definitely take revenge for this." Saying this, Blackhorn King's figure flashed and left this city. After Blackhorn King left, Thunder Hand King walked to Fang Chen's side in astonishment. "Brat, why is Blackhorn King so afraid of you?" Thunder Hand King asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He seemed to have discovered something. The divine spring can absorb the energy of Blackhorn King? Is this a coincidence or normal? Fang Chen rapidly pondered in his mind. Ever since he broke through to the Unity Realm, he always felt that his divine spring was very different. "Thunder Hand King, attack my body with all your strength," Fang Chen suddenly said. Are you out of your mind?" Thunder Hand King said. "Hurry up," Fang Chen urged. Seeing Fang Chen's serious expression, Thunder Hand King growled and punched at Fang Chen's body. Immediately, the wild energy was absorbed by the divine spring. A trace of ripple appeared in the divine spring. After a moment, the divine spring spat out a trace of pure energy that spread to every part of Fang Chen's body. And at this moment, Thunder Hand King's body was constantly retreating. He stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. What exactly is in your body? How can it absorb my energy?" Thunder Hand King exclaimed. At this moment, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Not only was his divine spring much bigger than others' divine springs, but it was also unaffected by the laws of the world in Devil City. It could even absorb the energy of others. Doesn't this mean that the energy of others will be absorbed by the divine spring when they attack my body? After being purified, it will be absorbed by my body. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with joy. He finally knew why the innate divine runes of order were the top in the entire primal chaos void. The innate divine runes of order are naturally born in the primal chaos void. Although the laws of the world in Devil City are different from the outside world, they can't affect the innate divine runes of order that have been baptized by the supreme laws of the primal chaos void. Fang Chen thought inwardly. Thinking of this, it could also explain the powerful ability of the divine spring. Formidable, really too formidable. Thunderhand King gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Chapter 2242. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. At this moment, Fang Chen was ecstatic. The benefits brought by the innate divine marks of order were too great. Especially after entering the Devil City, it was even more obvious. Everyone's cultivation was suppressed in the Devil City, so the level of comprehension of the martial Tao determined the strength of the person. With Fang Chen's current comprehension of the martial Tao, he was at most at the peak of the Unity realm. If it was in the outside world, he wouldn't be able to fight against a heaven-opening realm martial artist. But here, he could easily defeat a heaven-opening realm martial artist. Looking inwardly at his fist-sized divine spring, Fang Chen's eyes emitted a dazzling light. With such a miraculous divine spring, would he still have to worry about not being able to establish himself in the Devil City? Although he definitely wouldn't be able to fight against an earth-opening realm or absolute saint expert in a short time, at least he had the power to protect himself. Facing Thunderhand King's praise, Fang Chen only lightly shook his head. The splendor of the Devil City didn't stop here. His gaze landed on Thunderhand King. The latter had after all cultivated in the Devil City for tens of thousands of years and knew a lot about the Devil City. Do you know if there are any inheritance treasures in the Devil City? Fang Chen asked. If it's inheritance treasures, I do know a little, but that area is occupied by the Celestial Eye Palace. One could see that Thunderhand King's face had a trace of difficulty. Although he was a member of the Devil Celestial branch, he was after all an ordinary member. Even if he died, the Devil Celestial branch wouldn't stand up for him. And the area he knew was occupied by the Celestial Eye Palace. With his strength alone, he naturally didn't dare to go there. Celestial Eye Palace? Is it very strong? Fang Chen asked. It's said that the Palace Master of the Celestial Eye Palace has already reached the late stage of the heaven-opening realm. He has a dozen heaven-opening realm martial artists under him. It can be considered a considerable force. Thunderhand King said. A force of a dozen people was already considered not bad. It was much stronger than Fang Chen's solo force. Demon City, on a desolate plain. Fang Chen and Thunderhand Wang walked side by side. Ever since Fang Chen displayed his absolute strength, Thunderhand Wang's admiration for Fang Chen couldn't be any greater. Knowing that Fang Chen needed a martial artist who understood the Demon City to lead the way, Thunderhand Wang naturally volunteered himself. In the Celestial Eye Palace, other than the Palace Master and the demonic disciple Celestial Eye, there is nothing to be afraid of. There is still a chance to defeat them one by one. Fang Chen said to himself. However, what the two of them did not know was that they had already been targeted. In the dark, there were three figures staring at Fang Chen and Thunderhand Wang. Why does that person feel a bit like Demon God Branch's Thunderhand Wang? One of the black-robed martial artists asked. Yes, I think so too. That brat beside Thunderhand Wang looks very unfamiliar. I wonder who he is. Are you a newcomer? After discussing among themselves, the three of them decided to make a move. Hoo. Just as Thunderhand Wang and Fang Chen were moving forward, three figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Suppress. The three of them joined forces to attack, and a wild attacking power instantly spread out. Not good, it's the people of Celestial Eye Palace. Thunderhand King shouted inwardly, not good, and instantly tangled with one of them. People of Celestial Eye Palace? Fang Chen sneered in his heart, staring at the two people in front of him. According to Thunderhand Wang, the people of Celestial Eye Palace were all experts in Soul Dao attacks. Their Soul Dao power is not strong. Fang Chen said to himself. Immediately, he used the innate soul reversal technique. The innate soul reversal technique that had reached the second level was very powerful. The terrifying soul Dao power condensed into a long sword in the sky, incomparably terrifying. Love go little say W, Chuxiu. Under Fang Chen's control, the long sword suddenly shot towards one of them. At the same time, Fang Chen stomped his foot, and the star-hidden sword suddenly slashed out. The powerful traceless sword art was instantly displayed. 1 against 2. Seeing this scene, even Thunder Hand Wang was a little dazed. Boom. No matter how the opponent's attack fell on his body, the huge divine spring instantly absorbed the power. At the same time, the traceless sword art had quietly pierced into the body of the black-robed warrior. Poochie. With a loud sound, the black-robed warrior's body directly exploded, and his flesh and blood were badly mutilated. His body flew out heavily, and fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and his face was pale. How is this possible? The black-robed warrior's heart was set off stormy waves. Dong. In the next moment, the other warrior was also forcibly defeated by Fang Chen's innate soul reversal technique. Go to hell. The two warriors looked at each other, and then attacked again. This time, they rushed to kill Fang Chen. The latter frowned slightly, and a trace of killing intent faintly emitted from his heart. Coreless sword art. With the traceless sword art as the main and the innate soul reversal technique as the support, Fang Chen could easily block the attacks of the two from the Celestial Eye Palace. After countless experiments, Fang Chen was more certain. The divine spring had no problem absorbing the power of an early-stage heaven-opening realm warrior. It would be a little uncomfortable to absorb the power of an intermediate-stage heaven-opening realm warrior. As for absorbing the power of an advanced-stage heaven-opening realm warrior, he had not encountered such a situation yet. It seemed that the divine spring was not omnipotent. It could only absorb the power of warriors with similar cultivation. There was still a big limit. However, even so, it had already helped Fang Chen a lot. Xiu. The traceless sword art was displayed again, and the transparent sword light ruthlessly pierced the black-robed warrior's head. Boom. The head shattered, and his vitality dissipated. You dare to kill someone from the Celestial Eye Palace? The other person widened his eyes, and a trace of panic flashed in his heart. He wanted to escape. But he was killed by Fang Chen's innate soul reversal technique. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, 2 heaven-opening realm martial artists were killed. The Heavenly Eye Palace martial artists fighting the Thunder Hand King were terrified. How can this person be so strong? Peng. Taking advantage of this person's carelessness, Thunder Hand King's big hand stretched out, and directly crushed the latter's head. Brother, it's so refreshing to fight alongside you. Thunder Hand King walked to Fang Chen with a smile. He truly could not imagine that the latter was a genuine Unity Realm martial artist, yet he could easily kill an early-stage heaven-opening realm martial artist. The only explanation was that this person's comprehension of the martial Dao had long surpassed the Unity Realm. One could not judge a book by its cover, and the sea could not be measured with a pint pot. Perhaps, this was the reason behind it. How could he know that Fang Chen was a unique warrior in the primal chaos void? The only warrior who absorbed the innate deity imprint of order had unparalleled combat power at the deity imprint realm. After stepping into the Unity Realm, he became an existence that could sweep across the cosmos god realm. Only with the strange suppression of the Devil City and the help of the God Spring could he easily kill a heaven-opening realm warrior. Of course, he could not fight against him in the outside world. Let's hurry up and leave. If the people from the Celestial Eye Palace discover us, they will definitely come for revenge. Thunder Hand King reminded. Fang Chen nodded, and continued following Thunder Hand King. Near the headquarters of the Celestial Eye Palace, there was a broken city. Within this city, there were 4 or 5 people currently attacking a young warrior. Brat, obediently let us capture you. Otherwise, you will definitely die. One of them coldly said. Chumph, you want me to let you capture me? Dream on. Han Yuan was in a sorry state. After entering the Devil City, he had been attacked by several superpowers. Fortunately, he was able to avert danger every time. But this time, he was surrounded by several people from the Celestial Eye Palace in this city. He could not escape at all. Relying on his comprehension of the martial Tao, Han Yuan could barely survive under the attacks of several people. But he knew that as time passed, he would definitely die. Damn, am I going to die right after entering the Devil City? Han Yuan was unreconciled. He did not want to die just like this. As he fought, he retreated while thinking of a countermeasure. At this moment, Thunderhand King and Fang Chen, who were rushing in the direction of the Celestial Eye Palace, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Thunderhand King asked in astonishment. Fang Chen closed his eyes. His spiritual sense immediately spread out, and he felt a familiar aura. The aura of senior disciple brother Han Yuan. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes, revealing a trace of joy. This time, of the 5 people who entered the Devil City, 2 were from the Limitless Sword sect. Other than him, there was Han Yuan. Who would have thought that he would meet Han Yuan here? Chapter 2243. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. After feeling Han Yuan's aura fluctuation, Fang Chen's face turned solemn. He used the time collapse technique and rushed towards the source of the aura. Love go little say W. Chew. After a while, Fang Chen found a broken city in front of him. At the same time, he found that senior brother Han Yuan, who was besieged by the Sky Eye Palace, was somewhat powerless. Senior brother Han Yuan. Fang Chen shouted and leaped into the dilapidated city. Stop! A thunderous voice resounded through the sky. A transparent sword light suddenly appeared in front of Han Yuan and blocked the attack of the Sky Eye Palace. Then, Fang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Han Yuan, pulling him behind him. Senior brother Han Yuan, are you okay? Fang Chen asked. Seeing Fang Chen appear, Han Yuan was pleasantly surprised. But soon, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. Junior brother Fang, you should leave. Han Yuan said. Fang Chen shook his head. Han Yuan was good to him and even gave him the demonic dragon body refinement technique. How could he leave him in the lurch? Huff. Huff. At this moment, Thunderhand Wang also rushed over, panting. Brother Fang, what are you doing? He looked at Fang Chen and asked. Tempage, I was wondering who it was. So it's the demon god branch. The members of the Sky Eye Palace were relieved after seeing Thunderhand Wang. Their faces were filled with mockery, looking down on Thunderhand Wang. Thunderhand Wang, why are you not in the demon god branch, but in our Sky Eye Palace's territory? One of them said coldly. That kid must be from your demon god branch, right? How dare he be so arrogant in our Sky Eye Palace's territory? Is he courting death? Several people from the Celestial Eye Palace walked over in a threatening manner. For a moment, Thunderhand Wang was in a dilemma. He's my senior brother. Fang Chen gently patted Han Yuan's shoulder. He took a step forward and stared at the people from the Sky Eye Palace. So what if he's your senior brother? They've offended my Celestial Eye Palace, so they're dead for sure. That's right. No one can save him. Don't think that just because you are from the Demon Celestial branch, my Celestial Eye Palace is afraid of you. The people of the Sky Eye Palace didn't even put Fang Chen in their eyes as they shouted arrogantly. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned. He glanced at Thunderhand King beside him. The latter's face was filled with helplessness. At the same time, he was also hinting at him with his eyes, telling him not to act rashly. Voila! With a thought from Fang Chen, a strong hallucinogenic aura instantly spread out. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful piercing heaven formation. After layers of layers, the power of the illusion was raised to the maximum, trapping the people from the Celestial Eye Palace within. Do it. Fang Chen said. By the time Thunderhand King reacted, Fang Chen had already rushed into the illusory realm. Holding the hidden star sword, he killed one of them. Fuck them. Thunderhand Wang roared. His eyes were scarlet as he rushed into the illusion and started a massacre. Poochie. These people weren't too strong. As for Fang Chen, they weren't much of a threat. Soon, he used the illusion and the divine spring to kill all of them. Huff. Thunderhand Wang gasped for breath as he turned his head to look at Fang Chen. Brother Fang, what you are doing is too dangerous. Thunderhand Wang warned in a low voice. The palace master of the Celestial Eye Palace is very strong. It's said that he has already reached the late stage of the heaven-opening realm. If you are targeted by him, only death awaits you. Fang Chen's face was calm as he ignored Thunder Hand Wang's warning. Senior disciple Brother Han Yuan, why are you here? Fang Chen asked. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Han Yuan sat on the ground and said while gasping for breath, Junior disciple Brother Fang, you don't know. After I entered the Devil City, I was separated from the others. I heard a piece of news saying that there is a tomb near the territory of the Celestial Eye Palace. Only Unity Realm experts can enter it. Hence, I wanted to go in and take a look. Who would have thought that I would meet people from the Celestial Eye Palace on the way? They forced me to join the Celestial Eye Palace. I didn't agree and was chased after. Fortunately, junior disciple Brother Fang appeared. Han Yuan rejoiced. If not for Fang Chen saving him, he would have died here. Tomb. Only Unity Realm experts can enter it. Fang Chen frowned as he pondered rapidly. The Devil City had existed for too long. The martial artists here had basically reached the turbid deity level in their comprehension of the martial Tao. As for Unity Realm experts, there were only some disciples who had just entered. Do you know? Fang Chen turned to Thunderhand King and asked. The latter nodded, of course I know. This tomb is very famous. It once belonged to an absolute sage expert. It is said that there is a divine spring bead in this tomb. Activating this bead can resist the invasion of the laws of the world in the Devil City for a short period of time. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Waves of shock rose within him. Divine spring bead. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide as he stared at Thunderhand King. Resisting the invasion of the laws of the world in the Devil City for a short period of time? What did this mean? This meant that as long as one could obtain the divine spring bead, they would be able to unleash their true realm and true strength. The divine spring bead is too precious. It is condensed by the heavenly spring master with his life's effort. Every martial artist who enters the Devil City hopes to obtain the divine spring bead. But it's a pity that the tomb of the heavenly spring master has a powerful restriction. If one's martial Tao level exceeds the Unity realm, they would not be able to get close at all. This can be considered as giving a chance to weaker martial artists. Thunderhand King continued. According to what you said, the reason why the various superpowers in the Devil City are fighting for newcomers is also because of the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master? Fang Chen asked. Thunderhand King nodded. Previously, Fang Chen did not ask, and he did not say anything. So that's the case. Fang Chen nodded. A strange smile appeared on his face. Where is the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master? Fang Chen asked. It is in the territory of the Heaven's Eye Palace. Every time the Devil City opens, the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master will automatically open for a period of time. Any Unity Realm expert can enter it. Thunderhand King said. Bring us there. Fang Chen said. After a short rest, Thunderhand King brought Fang Chen and Han Yuan towards the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master. Fang Chen would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. In the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master, there was not just the divine spring bead. There were other inheritance supreme treasures. Many superpowers had their eyes on the Heavenly Spring Master. It's a pity that only Unity Realm experts could enter. Hoo. After a few hours, Fang Chen and the other two arrived before the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master. It was a desolate place with no signs of life. There was a tombstone above the tomb with the words Tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master written on it. In front of the tomb, there was a pitch-black cave. It seemed simple, but in reality, it had a powerful restriction. The cave is shrinking. It is about to close. Thunderhand King reminded. Should we enter directly? Fang Chen asked. He was slightly uncertain. What if the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master was not as what Thunderhand King said? After all, he had not known Thunderhand King for a long time. He did not dare to believe the latter easily. Junior disciple Brother Fang, the news I obtained is roughly the same as what Thunderhand King said. The tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master is actually giving some Unity Realm experts who just entered the Devil City a chance to compete. Han Yuan slowly said, "In the Devil City, there are many old monsters who have cultivated for millions of years. Their comprehension of the martial Tao is not something we can compare with. If it is opened to the public, we won't have any chance. It is precisely because of the powerful restriction that it can prevent others from entering. Only us Unity Realm experts can enter." Hearing this, Fang Chen lightly nodded. "All right, then let's enter now," Fang Chen said. Han Yuan nodded. The two of them entered the pitch-black cave. Seeing this, Thunderhand King's eyes flickered. "I have a feeling that this fellow Fang Chen will most likely get the divine spring bead." He had not interacted with Fang Chen for a long time, but Thunderhand King felt that he could not see through this brat. Hong Long Long. Just as Fang Chen and Han Yuan entered the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master, the pitch-black cave disappeared. The tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master regained its tranquility. Seeing this, Thunderhand King shook his head and turned to leave. In a short period, there would definitely be no one coming here. When the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master opened, experts from various superpowers would definitely come. "I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise at that time," Thunderhand King thought. But after Thunderhand King left, a ripple appeared in the void. Closely following that, a black dot shot into the crack that had yet to close. Voila! Chapter 2244. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The layout of the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master was very strange. "Is this the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master?" Fang Chen looked around and asked softly. Han Yuan nodded. They were in a pitch-black palace, surrounded by walls made of thick and heavy rocks. "There's a stone door here." Fang Chen found a stone door on the wall. The two gently pushed open the stone door. Suddenly, a vicissitude aura rushed towards them. Then, the two were stunned. "Is this a maze?" Fang Chen had a better understanding of illusions. He could see that the grey mist in front of him was a huge maze. "This maze should be a test. We have to pass through it to get the inheritance treasure and the divine spring pearl," Han Yuan said. The two of them looked at each other, then resolutely stepped into the labyrinth. The maze was very large. After entering, Fang Chen felt that his senses were greatly affected. He could only rely on his understanding of illusions to advance with great difficulty. Somewhere in the maze, a figure sat cross-legged. 2 rays of saber light flashed in his eyes. His gaze was sharp. The inheritance of a saber Dao expert. "Wait until I fully accept it. I'll cut you into pieces." This person was the saber demon of the Divine Saber Sect. Ever since Fang Chen chased after him in the territory of the Divine Saber Sect, he swore to tear off Fang Chen's head with his own hands. After entering the Demon City, he found out about the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master. Soon, he found this place. He didn't know what kind of luck he had, but he found the inheritance left behind by a Saber Dao expert when he was randomly exploring the maze. The Saber Demon was a Saber Dao genius, so he accepted the Saber Dao inheritance very quickly. In just 3 days, he fully accepted the Saber Dao inheritance. Dong. The divine spring in his body vibrated. His cultivation reached the peak of the Unity Realm in one go. Crack. He clenched his fists, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. The Saber Demon regained his former pride and confidence. His face was calm, but a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Isn't it just absorbing the innate order divine print? What's so great about that?" The Blade Demon sneered. Thinking back to how Fang Chen had once flaunted his strength in front of him, he felt really annoyed. However, he also knew that if he wanted to kill Fang Chen, he would have to wait until he left the tomb of the Sky Spring Master. The most important thing now was to find the Divine Spring Pearl. After finding Fang Chen, the Saber Demon's figure flashed, leaving behind after-images as it quickly rushed into the depths of the maze. At this moment, opposite the Saber Demon, Fang Chen and Han Yuan were slowly walking over. "Junior brother Fang, I didn't expect you to be so skilled in illusions." After walking for about an hour, Han Yuan's admiration for Fang Chen was at its peak. Previously, he had always thought that Fang Chen was only talented in the martial way and the soul way. But now, seeing that he was able to navigate the maze with ease, Her heart could not calm down. I've only dabbled in it. Fang Chen chuckled and said modestly. At this moment, he suddenly sensed an aura approaching. Someone is approaching. Fang Chen suddenly stretched out his hand, indicating for Han Yuan to stop. I wonder if it's a martial artist from my Eastern Profound Heaven or one of the other 3 Profound Heavens, Han Yuan thought. Only Unity Realm martial artists could enter the tomb of the Sky Spring Master. Needless to say, the 20 martial artists from the 4 Profound Heavens had all entered the tomb. Be careful, Fang Chen said in a low voice. After all, this was a maze with layers of fog. Fang Chen did not dare to be careless. Deng deng deng. Fang Chen led Han Yuan forward cautiously. Soon, he saw the person who came. There's someone ahead. The saber demon also discovered Fang Chen and Han Yuan and said in a low voice. However, when they approached, the saber demon's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. It seems that even the heavens want me to take revenge. The saber demon said eerily as it stared at Fang Chen with its pitch-black eyes. The surroundings of the maze were filled with dense fog. Only in this area did the fog gradually recede. The 3 looked at each other. The atmosphere was very heavy. Saber demon, Han Yuan said after discovering the saber demon. Fang Chen, do you still remember what I said before? The saber demon said. I don't remember. Fang Chen said calmly. You, the saber demon said angrily, are you pretending to be calm? When you were in the territory of the Saber God sect, did you think that this day would come? Fang Chen shook his head. I really did not think that this day would come. He thought that he would kill the saber demon that day. Who would have thought that it would be delayed until today? Since the heavens let me meet you, you can die now. The saber demon's aura shook. A violent saber Dao aura instantly spread out. A saber suddenly appeared in his hand. With a shake of his wrist, saber shadows were left in the void. Junior brother Fang. Han Yuan was worried and reminded him. Leave it to me. Fang Chen said. He had always thought that Bai Qingqing's death was related to the saber demon. If the sect leader of the Saber God sect had not appeared at the crucial moment, the saber demon would have died. God-slaying saber. The demon in the blade let out a low roar. The saber in his hand suddenly slashed out, bringing with it an earth-shattering power. The God-slaying saber was the ultimate skill that he had just obtained from the Saber Dao inheritance. The saber demon used such a killer move right from the start. It was enough to see how much the saber demon hated Fang Chen. Too weak. Fang Chen stood calmly in the maze. He activated the 1,000-sword body and raised his defense to the maximum. Seeing that the saber demon's saber was about to touch his body, the saber demon's saber suddenly moved. The hidden star sword was suddenly brandished and the 4th move of the traceless swordsmanship was displayed. The saber and the sword collided fiercely. Buzz. The star-concealing sword's devouring attribute was instantly released. A strong devouring force covered the saber demon's saber. Boom. The terrifying force exploded when the saber and saber collided. The saber demon realized that a strong force came from the saber and forced him to retreat. No, the saber demon looked at the scene in disbelief. He could not accept the reality in front of him. He had obtained the Saber Dao inheritance and cultivated the god-slaying saber. Why was the outcome still the same? Crack. A crack appeared on the saber demon's saber. The star-concealing sword took the opportunity to launch a strong attack. Soon, the violent sword chi drowned the saber. As time passed, despair flashed across the saber demon's eyes. Run. However, the saber demon did not give up. In a flash, he escaped into the depths of the maze. This was a maze. As long as he escaped, no matter how strong Fang Chen was, he would not be able to find him. Trying to escape. Fang Chen sneered. He held the star-concealing sword in his hand and waved it. Immediately, the broken saber shot out with a whistling sound. It carried a power that caused people to tremble as it shot towards the saber demon. Damn it. Sensing the terrifying force behind him, the saber demon cursed in his heart. At the same time, he tried his best to control the saber, but to no avail. Poochie. In the end, the saber demon resisted with all his might and barely dodged the attack. However, He also paid the price of an arm. Blood flowed out from the broken arm. The saber demon stared at Fang Chen ferociously. The gap was too big. The saber demon's confidence was gone at this moment. He was beaten black and blue by Fang Chen. I don't believe it. Until now, the saber demon could not accept this reality. What else do you have to say? Fang Chen asked. The saber demon shook his head. He did not want to give up. Where there is life, there is hope. Thinking of this, the saber demon's aura fluctuated. He pretended to attack, but he was actually trying to escape. However, his plan was seen through by Fang Chen. Poochie. The saber demon's other arm was also chopped off by Fang Chen. However, after paying such a price, the saber demon managed to escape a distance away. I can't die, the saber demon said to himself. He was relying on his belief to survive. Chen Fan. Just when the saber demon felt that Fang Chen was about to catch up, he saw Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan. The saber demon shouted and instantly appeared in front of Chen Fan. The latter was looking for the exit of the maze. When he saw the saber demon covered in blood, he was surprised. Why are you like this? Chen Fan asked. Chapter 2245. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Meeting Chen Fan was a pleasant surprise. If it were before this, the blade demon wouldn't even look at Chen Fan. In his opinion, Chen Fan was just a dark horse. A dark horse would always be a dark horse. He couldn't be compared to the top disciples of the three sect. But now, he grasped at this life-saving straw. As long as he gave enough temptation, Chen Fan would definitely take action. As long as he could make some time for himself, he would be able to escape unscathed. Brother Blade. Seeing the blade demon in such a sorry state, Chen Fan was a little stunned. However, he quickly understood. Han Yuan and Fang Chen were rushing over at top speed. The two of them are too despicable. They ambushed me. Brother Chen Fan, I hope you can help. If you turn a blind eye, after they kill me, their next target will be you, the blade demon said. Chen Fan's eyes flickered. He originally didn't want to agree. But suddenly, his body trembled and a sly smile appeared on his face. It was as if he had become a different person. Brother Blade, don't worry. How can I turn a blind eye? Chen Fan said. With Chen Fan's words, the blade demon heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Fang, we meet again. Fang Chen and Han Yuan stopped and looked at Chen Fan. The latter's face was full of smiles, as if he had met an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. You want to help the blade demon? Fang Chen asked. We are all from Dongxian Heaven. We can help each other. Why should we kill each other? Chen Fan smiled. Other than the 5 from Dongxian Heaven, there are also martial artists from the other 3 heavens who entered the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. Shouldn't we join forces to fight the other 3 heavens martial artists? Looking at Chen Fan's half-smile, Fang Chen frowned. Chen Fan, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, Han Yuan said. If the one who lost was Fang Chen, the blade demon wouldn't have shown mercy, right? Oh, I like to meddle in other people's business. A dagger suddenly appeared in Chen Fan's hand. He played with the dagger as he spoke calmly. Step by step, Fang Chen walked towards the blade demon. Seeing this, Chen Fan's face darkened. Swish. Chen Fan flicked his wrist and the dagger in his hand instantly pierced through the void and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Ding. However, to his surprise, Fang Chen did not panic at all. He extended his fingers and easily caught the dagger between his fingers. You want to stop me with this little thing? Fang Chen's fingers loosened, and the dagger fell to the ground as he spoke indifferently. Seeing this, Chen Fan's expression changed. Looks like my guess was right. You are the one who hides the deepest among the 5 of us. Chen Fan licked his dry lips and said with a grin, I, Chen Fan, would like to have a taste of your skills. I hope you won't regret it later. Fang Chen did not waste any more time and performed the traceless sword principle. Terrifying sword lights came one after another like waves, forming a super strong attack in the maze. How could this be? After feeling the power of the traceless sword principle, Chen Fan's face turned completely gloomy. My strength has increased so much after breaking through to the Unity Realm. Originally, Chen Fan thought that he was strong enough to compete with Fang Chen, but now it seemed that he was still lacking. Buzz. Chen Fan's body trembled as he tried to let the evil energy in his body possess him. But soon, his expression changed and he retreated to the side of the blade demon. Swish. Chen Fan flicked his wrist and an evil light burst out, shrouding Fang Chen and Han Yuan. Love go little say network let's go. Chen Fan pulled the blade demon's sleeve and disappeared in the maze. Boom. After Fang Chen and Han Yuan worked together to break the evil light, they found that Chen Fan was nowhere to be found. Chen Fan's aura is very strange. Fang Chen said with a frown. During Dongshuan's grand gathering, he had felt an evil aura on Chen Fan. At that time, he was not sure, but now he finally understood. There seems to be a very strong force hidden in his body, Fang Chen said to himself. I didn't expect Chen Fan to be hiding his strength as well, Han Yuan said. With his potential, he shouldn't be in a small sect like the Dragon Demon sect. The maze was winding and winding. It was still difficult to meet other people here. In a corner shrouded in fog, Chen Fan tossed the blade demon to the ground and sat down on the ground. Brother Chen Fan, thank you for your help. The blade demon's injuries were now under control. It cupped its fists and thanked Chen Fan. No need to thank me. I saved you for myself, Chen Fan said meaningfully. Fang Chen, that scoundrel, didn't take us seriously because he absorbed the innate divine sigil of order. We can't let him continue to grow, or we'll all die at his hands. After this battle, the blade demon thought that it and Chen Fan were on the same side. Chen Fan nodded, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. He ignored the blade demon and talked to the voice in his body. Why didn't you let me use your power to kill Fang Chen? Chen Fan asked. He had already wanted to kill Fang Chen and was about to borrow the latter's power, but he was stopped. You idiot, you're too weak. You can't withstand my strongest power. Even if you borrow my power in a hurry, you won't be able to fully unleash it. In the end, you'll only let it escape and discover my existence. An evil voice sounded. Then, absorb the blade demon's power first, then plan. Don't worry, I'll help you dominate the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord, the voice continued. After a short conversation, Chen Fan turned to look at the blade demon. The latter was sitting cross-legged and treating its injuries. It was not on guard against Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan shook his head. So what if he was a disciple of a top sect? So what if he was a genius? In the end, he would still die at his own hands. I, Chen Fan, will use my majestic light to cover all the geniuses in Shueshing. Chen Fan's ambition was great. He had been hiding in the Dragon Demon sect for this day. Through Dongshuan's grand meet, he would get the chance to enter the demon city and then use the evil power in his body to climb to the top of the younger generation. Absorb it quickly. The urging voice came from within his body. Chen Fan nodded, then slowly placed his hands on the blade demon's back. Immediately, a violent power poured into the blade demon's body. The blade demon, who was healing, smiled gratefully when it saw this. I will never forget Brother Chen Fan's kindness, the blade demon said in a low voice. However, a moment later, the blade demon's face was filled with fear. Its face was ferocious as it roared at the sky, struggling. You, the blade demon roared angrily. It felt the power Chen Fan had poured into its body was destroying its organs and absorbing its divine spring at the same time. What are you doing? I said that I saved you to help myself. Chen Fan said faintly, as if he had expected the blade demon's reaction. You despicable person. The blade demon roared furiously, struggling with all its might. However, when the evil aura invaded its body, the blade demon's eyes widened as it looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. However, it didn't have the chance to finish its words. In an instant, his divine spring was forcibly extracted by Chen Fan and refined. With the divine spring dug out, the blade demon's life was cut off, and its body turned into a skeleton. Bang! Chen Fan removed his hands, and the blade demon's corpse fell to the ground. The blade demon's mad screams could be heard in the air. It was unwilling. Not even in its dreams would it have thought that it would die at the hands of a dark horse that didn't even want to look at it. Buzz. Soon, Chen Fan had completely refined the divine spring of the blade demon, and his aura surged. His complexion looked much better. Phew. Chen Fan was very excited as he let out a breath. Not bad, not bad. After devouring a few more divine springs, your martial arts will reach the heaven-opening realm. At that time, no one will be able to compete with you for the divine spring pearl. After you get the divine spring pearl, you will sweep through the entire tomb of the heavenly spring master, the evil voice said again. Chen Fan clenched his fists, feeling very excited. Chapter 2246. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Blade Demon had been rescued by Chen Fan. This was something unexpected. However, Fang Chen didn't take it to heart. As long as they were still in the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord, they would meet again one day. When that time came, he would deal with them together. However, after this incident, Fang Chen felt that there was something strange about Chen Fan. The next time we meet, I must take a good look at him, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Junior brother Fang, Chen Fan's strength is really beyond our expectations. Han Yuan curled his lips. Why do you think he is willing to stay in the Dragon Demon sect if his potential is so great? Or does the Dragon Demon sect have some kind of powerful secret technique that can nurture a monstrous genius like Chen Fan? Fang Chen shook his head. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the fog and looked into the distance. I think that Chen Fan must have some unknown secret. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen and Han Yuan continued forward. The maze was very large, and it would take some time to completely get out. Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He patiently analyzed the maze's trajectory. Fang Chen, who had calmed down, was able to solve the maze much faster. Half a month later, Fang Chen and Han Yuan appeared under a towering tree. There was nothing special about this towering tree, but it made Fang Chen very happy. If my guess is right, we should be at the center of the maze, Fang Chen said. Doesn't that mean that the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord is very likely here? Han Yuan asked hurriedly. Fang Chen nodded. Let's look around. After searching near the towering tree for 13 days, the Western mysterious heaven cultivators arrived. Someone actually came one step ahead of us. The 5 martialists from the Western mysterious sky were all gathered together. The leader of the group had a faint expression on his face. Soon, the 5 Western mysterious heaven cultivators arrived in front of Fang Chen and Han Yuan, a disciple of Dongxian Heaven's limitless sword sect. The leader had golden hair and held a golden spear in his hand as he asked coldly. Han Yuan secretly paid attention to the golden-haired man and cursed inwardly. If his guess was right, these 5 people should be disciples of the Western mysterious heavenly spear sect. The Western profound heaven was not like the Eastern profound heaven, which was divided among the top 3 sects. The Divine Spear sect was the most powerful sect in the Western mysterious sky, so all 5 spots had been taken by their disciples. The 5 of them used a unique secret technique to communicate with each other, then gathered together to explore the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. A disciple of the Western mysterious Heavenly Spear sect? Han Yuan asked. Han 1, long time no see. The martialist in brown clothes behind the golden-haired martialist grinned. Back then, I went to Dongxian Heaven alone and was defeated by you. I still can't forget it. Since we've met here, let's have a rematch. As he spoke, the brown-clothed martial artist walked to the side of the clearing. A long spear appeared in his hand as he stared at Han Yuan. What? You're the strongest disciple of the limitless sword sect. You don't dare to accept my challenge? Hebo, we're here for the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord. It's not a good time to fight, Han Yuan said. Bullsh *T. I still remember the battle back then. If you don't accept my challenge, don't blame me for being rude, Hebo scolded. Ever since he was defeated by Han Yuan, it had become his inner demon. Han Yuan, if you're a man, accept my junior brother's challenge, the golden-haired martialist said. Seeing this, Han Yuan had no choice but to accept the challenge. Swoosh. Seeing Han Yuan walk over, Hebo thrust his long spear forward. Suddenly, the void shattered. The spearhead carried a vast power, forming a vortex and thrusting toward Han Yuan. Bang! 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 Han Yuan used the limitless sword sect's secret technique. Streaks of sword light collided with the spearhead. The two of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Fang Chen frowned. He could feel that his senior brother Han Yuan was about to lose. Sure enough, just as he had this thought, the long spear thrust forward. Han Yuan was shocked to find that he couldn't dodge it. Ha ha ha, Han Yuan, you've lost. He Bo laughed wildly. At the same time, he increased the power of his long spear and thrust it toward Han Yuan. However, when his long spear was only 1 centimeter away from Han Yuan, no matter how hard he tried, the long spear couldn't move forward. He Bo saw Fang Chen standing in front of Han Yuan, holding the long spear. Senior brother Han Yuan has already lost. Why do you have to kill him? Fang Chen flicked his finger, and He Bo's long spear flew back. He Bo steadied himself, holding the long spear in his hand, and said coldly, "Boy, you're not even as good as Han Yuan. How dare you stand up for him?" Han Yuan's face was ashen. He Bo, whom he had defeated before, was now someone he had to look up to. Sigh. With a sigh, Han Yuan patted Fang Chen's shoulder. Fang Chen turned his head and smiled. Senior brother Han. Then, Fang Chen looked at He Bo again. If you lose, you have to pay the price. When I was defeated by him, I also paid a heavy price to escape, He Bo said. If you insist on protecting Han Yuan, I don't mind killing you. Senior brother Han Yuan has already lost. This battle is over, Fang Chen emphasized. But I don't agree, He Bo said. Why? Are you looking down on the divine spear sect? Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Junior brother He. Suddenly, a warrior in white holding a folding fan said in a low voice, "You're no match for him." Impossible. He Bo shook his head and said in a low voice. Just because he caught my long spear in his hand, you conclude that I'm no match for him? Senior brother Han Shi, aren't you being too presumptuous? The warrior called Han Shi shook his head and said, his strength is far above Han Yuan's. Yes, you're no match for him, the golden-haired warrior said. Suddenly, He Bo lowered his head and did not dare to refute. Although he was very unwilling to accept this fact, the person who spoke was his senior brother, the spear dragon, and he did not dare to refute. Boy, I'm a little itchy. Can I fight with you? Han Shi asked. If you lose, will we forget about senior brother Han Yuan? Fang Chen asked. Of course, Han Shi said with a smile. Okay, I'll fight with you, Fang Chen said. Buzz. A strong wind blew. The battle was about to begin. Han Shi was the first to attack. He opened the folding fan in his hand and small darts shot out quickly. Deng! Deng! Fang Chen stood quietly. He activated the myriad sword body and raised his defense to the extreme, allowing the darts to hit his body. Is that all you've got? Fang Chen sneered. After being mocked by Fang Chen, Han Shi was furious. He took out his long spear and performed a unique spear technique. The spear was like a dragon, and its momentum was like a rainbow. Han Shi's attack power was much stronger than He Bo's, but Fang Chen was unmoved. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and said. Pretentious. Seeing this, Han Shi was furious. He stabbed his spear at Fang Chen. Crack. An unexpected scene appeared. Just like how he dealt with He Bo, Fang Chen's fingers gently caught Han Shi's long spear. Suddenly, the powerful long spear was imprisoned in mid-air. No matter how hard Han Shi tried, he could not move the long spear at all. How is this possible? Han Shi was shocked. He looked at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. Even the golden-haired martial artist was slightly stunned. I underestimated his strength, the golden-haired martial artist said. Second senior brother could not help but attack. He stabbed his spear at Fang Chen, forcing Fang Chen back and saving Han Shi at the same time. After Han Shi stabilized his body, there was a trace of horror in his eyes. You lost. Fang Chen looked straight at Han Shi. Han Shi lowered his head and did not say a word. Your strength is beyond my expectations. If I'm not wrong, your strength is close to the heaven-opening realm, right? Spear Dragon said calmly. Fang Chen did not say anything. In fact, in his eyes, Spear Dragon was nothing. If he wanted to kill someone, no one could stop him. It was just that he wanted to find the divine spring bead and did not want to kill at will. Senior brother Han Yuan, let's go, Fang Chen said. The two turned and prepared to leave. Stop, did I say you can leave? Spear Dragon frowned and said unhappily. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. Without turning his head, he said, Han, she has lost. This matter ends here. Chapter 2247. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Buzz. After hearing Spear Dragon's words, Fang Chen's aura surged up to the sky. He suddenly turned around, his pitch-black pupils, stared straight at Spear Dragon, and said word by word, "You want to die?" The disciples of Spear God sect opened their eyes wide and looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. He's dead. No one has ever dared to talk to senior brother Spear Dragon like that. Ha ha ha. What a dumb donkey. Spear Dragon was shocked too, but he quickly regained his composure. Are you talking to me? Spear Dragon asked. Disciples of Spear God sect. How dare you go back on your words? Aren't you looking to die? Fang Chen's attitude suddenly changed. Initially, he did not want to fight, but Spear Dragon's attitude made him feel disgusted. He did not mind killing a few more people. Spear Dragon looked at Fang Chen carefully. He wanted to know where his courage came from. But after looking at him for a long time, he did not find anything. He shook his head and said, "It's normal for a young man to be arrogant. But you shouldn't talk to me like that. Do you know what happened to all the people who spoke to me like that before you? I'm not interested to know what happened to them. I only know that you, Spear Dragon, are not even comparable to a dog in my eyes." Fang Chen said coldly. Han Yuan was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Kid, how dare you insult our senior brother? Are you looking to die? You're dead. When senior brother attacks, there are no survivors. The disciples of Spear God sect were enraged and started cursing Fang Chen. Spear Dragon's face was ferocious. He was emitting a terrifying aura as he walked towards Fang Chen. Ignorant people die the quickest. Spear Dragon said, "In my eyes, you're an ignorant person. But I know that you'll die before me." Fang Chen said, "Are all disciples of Wuji Sword sect as arrogant as you? Are all disciples of Spear God sect like you, going back on your words and bullying others?" Fang Chen asked. Love go little say net, chew for a moment, the atmosphere in the air was very tense. Spear Dragon and Fang Chen stood facing each other, secretly competing. Fang Chen was not afraid of Spear Dragon's threat. He opened his palm and the hidden star sword. "Originally, I didn't want to kill anyone, but you forced me to do so," Fang Chen said. "If you kneel down and kowtow now, I can consider leaving you a complete corpse," Xiaolong continued. Fang Chen shook his head. "It's too late." Whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, an incredible transparent sword light suddenly burst out from the hidden star sword. At the same time, Fang Chen completely activated the holy spring in his body. Bang! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. At this moment, it was as if Fang Chen was possessed by the god of slaughter. Courting death. Seeing this, Xiaolong waved the long spear in his hand and bellowed, striking towards Fang Chen. "With senior brother Spear Dragon here, this brat will definitely die. How dare a mere Wuji Sword sect challenge our Spear God sect? Let's take this opportunity to eliminate the disciples of Wuji Sword sect. Even Han Yuan doesn't dare to challenge senior brother Spear Dragon. Where did this idiot get his confidence from?" Several disciples of Spear God sect ridiculed Fang Chen, thinking that the latter was trying to hit a stone with an egg. Bang! The transparent sword light pierced through the void and suddenly appeared in front of Spear Dragon. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could defeat any Unity Realm expert. What was a mere Spear Dragon to him? No matter how strong he was still a Unity Realm expert. Furthermore, he did not have an innate divine rune of order. How could he fight against Fang Chen? Die! Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Spear Dragon sneered. He wanted to see what other tricks Fang Chen had up his sleeves. However, when his long spear struck the transparent sword light, a sudden change occurred. Catcher. The spearhead of the spear was separated from the spear body. Cracks appeared on the body of the spear body. Bang! The transparent sword light exploded. Violent energy engulfed the entire spear. Not good. Spear Dragon cried out. He immediately gave up on the spear body and retreated. Are you afraid now? Looking at Spear Dragon, Fang Chen did not hesitate and slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth split open and the void shattered. Spear Dragon retreated from the battle. He stabilized his body and took a deep breath. His body was trembling. Too strong. At this moment, Spear Dragon looked at Fang Chen with a complicated gaze. However, before he could catch his breath, a shocking sword light directly slashed his body into two halves. Catcher. The strongest disciple of Western Mysterious Heaven's top sect, Spear Dragon, died under the hidden star sword. Senior brother. After a short moment of shock, the four disciples of Spear God sect screamed. They could not accept the fact that someone as strong as senior brother Spear Dragon was killed by a nobody from Wuji Sword sect in a breath's time. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Han Shi shook his head and screamed crazily. This, Han Yuan, who was standing behind Fang Chen, was shocked. After a long while, he let out a sigh. In the Yangtze River, each new generation surpassed the previous one. Junior brother Fang's strength had completely surpassed his. I can only catch up in the future. Han Yuan said to himself. You killed senior brother Spear Dragon? He Bo's eyes were bloodshot. He roared, Spear God sect will not let you go. Poochie. Another slash. He Bo fell. Han Shi and the other two quickly retreated, fearing that they would be killed by Fang Chen. Brother, it was our Divine Spear sect's fault. On behalf of the Divine Spear sect, I would like to apologize to you. Han Shi struggled for a moment before putting down his pride and begging for mercy. Get lost. Fang Chen said. He did not want to kill anyone, but Spear Dragon was too aggressive. Let's go. The three were relieved. They took the bodies of He Bo and Spear Dragon and left quickly. In their hearts, they would probably never be able to forget that senior brother Spear Dragon had been split into two. After the disciples left, Han Yuan said, Junior brother Fang, have you broken through to the heaven-opening realm? Fang Chen shook his head. It's not that easy. You are indeed a genius who absorbed the innate divine rune of order. With your current strength, you can move unhindered among the cosmos gods. Han Yuan said. The path of martial arts was filled with endless killing. Therefore, the death of Spear Dragon and the others was just a small interlude to Han Yuan's cultivation. Hoo. Just as Fang Chen and Han Yuan were talking, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the towering tree. Ha, this must be the center of the maze. Yes, the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master must be here. Maybe the Divine Spring Pearl is here too. The two were in high spirits and did not notice Fang Chen and Han Yuan. Junior brother Fang, the blue-robed man, is Heng Ji from the Northern Profound Sky Arrow sect. His strength is similar to Spear Dragon. The black-robed man is Devil Kingstone from the Northern Profound Sky Demon sect. Han Yuan introduced in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded. At this moment, the two noticed Fang Chen and Han Yuan. Disciples of the Eastern Profound Sky Limitless Sword sect. Heng Ji and Devil Kingstone's gaze landed on Fang Chen and Han Yuan. What did the two of you discover after coming here? Heng Ji asked. Has the inheritance treasure of the Heavenly Spring Master been taken by you? If so, hand it over quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Devil Kingstone said in a deep voice. It could be seen that Devil Kingstone cultivated the demonic Tao. He had a twisted personality and was very vicious. On the other hand, Heng Ji was more gentle. Fang Chen spread out his hands. We did not get the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master. Mph, how can we believe your words? Open your spatial ring and let us see. Devil Kingstone said. Fang Chen frowned. What I said is true. We did not get the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master. We are looking for it. But now, it seems that someone is helping us. Heng Ji and Devil King Stone did not understand Fang Chen's words. They frowned and looked at him. Kid, do you believe that I won't twist your head off? Devil King Stone threatened Fang Chen. I don't believe it. Fang Chen shook his head and smiled. It is indeed difficult to find the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master with just me and senior brother Han Yuan. Why don't the two of you help us find it? If you can find it, I will definitely thank you. How about it? You want to die? Devil King Stone's temper flared. Before you, Spear Dragon from the Western Profound Sky Divine Spear Sect also said the same thing to me. But unfortunately, he did not kill me. Instead, he was cut in half by my sword. Fang Chen said calmly. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard. You said you cut Spear Dragon in half with a sword. Only a fool would believe that. Chapter 2248. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Heng Ji and Stone Devil King looked at Fang Chen coldly, as if they did not put him in their eyes. If it was Han Yuan, they might be afraid, but not to the extent of being afraid. A nobody from Eastern Profound Heaven's Limitless Sword sect actually dared to speak so arrogantly. This made Heng Ji and Stone Devil King very unhappy. Especially Stone Devil King of the Heavenly Devil sect. Devil Dao cultivators were incomparably violent, and they would fight at the slightest disagreement. Stone Devil King was very strong and had reached the limit of the Unity Realm. If he went berserk and entered a battle state, even Heng Ji would be afraid. I once tempered myself in the Western Profound Heaven and was fortunate enough to fight with Spear Dragon of the Divine Spear Sect. In the end, I lost to him by a single move. Stone Devil King waved his hand and said, Spear Dragon's potential and strength are comparable to mine. Such a martial artist was cut in half by a single sword. Do you think I will believe it? Devil Dao aura filled the air around Stone Devil King. His pitch-black eyes emitted a gloomy aura that directly locked onto Fang Chen's body. As for Heng Ji of the Arrow sect, he was silent as he stared at Fang Chen. Brat, cultivation is not easy, and we don't want to kill you. We just want you to open your spatial ring and let us check it. Heng Ji dissuaded. Compared to losing your life, checking the spatial ring is much better, right? However, Fang Chen still shook his head. However, only Han Yuan knew that the consequences of junior brother Fang's anger were very serious. At this moment, Han Yuan stood quietly to the side, too lazy to say anything. Han Yuan, are you going to watch your junior brother die in the hands of Stone Devil King? Heng Ji said to Han Yuan after seeing Fang Chen's indifference. As long as you can kill my junior brother, I don't care. Han Yuan spread out his hands like an outsider with a helpless expression. Seeing this, Stone Devil King said angrily, in that case, there's nothing to say. Remember my name, Stone Devil King. As soon as Stone Devil King finished speaking, he opened his palms, and an extremely terrifying Devil Dao aura gathered together. Demon Dragon ascends to the heavens. Following the Stone Devil King's roar, he suddenly waved his hands and a terrifying demonic aura rapidly floated in the air. Under his control, the roar of a dragon was emitted from the demonic aura. In the next moment, the dense demonic aura turned into a huge black dragon. The black dragon's eyes exuded an aura of death. It wagged its tail and tore at the void with its claws. Junior brother Fang, this is the Stone Devil King's ultimate skill. Demonic Dragon ascends to the heavens. That black dragon's mouth can spit out an extremely corrosive demonic aura, Han Yuan said. Seeing this, Heng Ji sneered. Even at this time, you still want to pretend to be calm? When the Stone Devil King kills your junior brother, let's see how you're going to stay calm. Han Yuan ignored Heng Ji's sarcasm. He only told Fang Chen about the characteristics of the Demon Dragon Ascension. He wasn't worried about Fang Chen's safety. A weak earthworm dares to call itself a dragon? What a joke. Fang Chen stood quietly. He quietly activated the myriad sword body and the myriad sword domain surrounded him. His pitch-black eyes stared at the black dragon in the air and sneered. You're courting death. The Stone Devil King was completely enraged. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Fang Chen was the first. Let me show you how the weak earthworm that you speak of is going to kill you. The Stone Devil King roared. He stomped his foot and stepped on the back of the black dragon. He controlled the black dragon and swooped down towards Fang Chen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the black dragon swooped down, it spat out a black demonic aura from its bloody mouth. However, Fang Chen stood quietly without moving. It was as if he didn't even look at the corrosive demonic aura. Hiss hiss hiss. The corrosive demonic aura rushed towards Fang Chen at lightning speed. However, just as it was about to approach Fang Chen, it was blocked by an invisible force in the void. Amen. The Stone Devil King frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Break through. The Stone Devil King angrily shouted. He continued controlling the black dragon to spew out demonic aura. The myriad sword domain has changed. Fang Chen observed the myriad sword domain seriously. He had a joyful look on his face. Ever since he broke through to the Unity Realm, he didn't use the myriad sword domain. Today, he saw a huge change. Originally, the myriad sword domain could only target the nearby sword-type weapons. But it was different now. The myriad sword domain was filled with an invisible sword Dao aura. It could isolate all auras near to Fang Chen. The demonic aura spat out by the black dragon might be corrosive, but it couldn't penetrate the seal of the myriad sword domain. Keep. Fang Chen softly said. Immediately, the myriad sword domain shrunk and finally restrained the demonic aura. Die. At this moment, the black dragon also swooped down. The black dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Fang Chen's head. Just a small earthworm. Fang Chen casually said. He then lightly punched out. The black dragon couldn't dodge and got its head smashed. Pang! A deafening scream came out from the black dragon's mouth. Its head was instantly smashed apart. Its body turned into demonic aura and dissipated in the void. The Stone Devil King didn't expect such a shocking change would happen. He jumped down from the black dragon's back. An iron hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. He circulated all the strength in his body and ruthlessly swung the iron hammer at Fang Chen. Catcher. Under Heng Ji's shock, Fang Chen held the iron hammer tightly with a single hand. Ah! The Stone Devil King used all his strength, but he couldn't move the iron hammer even half a step. He widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Do you believe what I said now? Fang Chen smiled brightly at the Stone Devil King. He immediately released his hand and sent the Stone Devil King flying with a kick. Bang! The Stone Devil King's body was like a cannonball, heavily smashing into the ground. His heart was in turmoil and his face was extremely pale. Stone Devil King, how are you? Heng Ji took a step forward and arrived in front of the Stone Devil King. The shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. He couldn't imagine that such a young martial artist could explode with such powerful strength. Even I can't do it so casually, right? Thinking back to the battle just now, Heng Ji felt a lingering fear in his heart. To be able to defeat the Stone Devil King so easily, one could imagine how strong he was. If he wanted to kill the Stone Devil King, the latter would have died long ago. I'm fine. The Stone Devil King said in a hoarse voice. Fang Chen placed his hands behind his back and looked at the two of them. Brother, I've offended you before. For the sake of the Arrow Sect, can you forgive me? Heng Ji admitted defeat. What kind of joke was this? He didn't think that he was much stronger than the Stone Devil King. The guy in front of him was simply a monster in human form. He was too strong. No wonder Han Yuan wasn't worried about his junior brother at all. It turned out that he already knew. Do you accept it? Fang Chen looked at Heng Ji and asked. I accept it wholeheartedly, Heng Ji said. What about you? Fang Chen continued to ask. Brother, thank you for showing mercy. I, the Stone Devil King, will remember this. The Stone Devil King stood up with difficulty and clasped his fists at Fang Chen. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Fang Chen nodded and said, but you and I don't have any deep grudges, so I didn't kill you. Of course, Fang Chen had a very important reason for letting them stay, and that was to find the divine Spring Pearl and the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord. How was he going to search in this huge maze by himself? Next, as long as you help me do one thing, the grudges between us will be written off, Fang Chen said. No problem. Hung Ji and the Stone Devil King hurriedly agreed. The purpose of my trip is to find the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord and the Divine Spring Pearl. If you help me find them, I'll owe you a favor, Fang Chen said. Hung Ji and the Stone Devil King were moved when they heard that, but they quickly nodded and agreed. After being defeated by Fang Chen, they no longer had the qualifications to fight for the Divine Spring Pearl. Rather than that, they might as well help him. All right, you can leave now, Fang Chen said. The Stone Devil King and Hung Ji turned and left. But at this moment, the Stone Devil King turned his head and asked, "Did you really kill Spear Dragon?" Chapter 2249. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen was the only person among the younger generation in Void Star Heaven who could make the Arrow Sect's Hung Ji and the Sky Demon Sect's Stone Demon King willingly submit. Love go little say W, Chu Han Yuan sighed in his heart. The gap between him and junior brother Fang was getting bigger and bigger. He originally wanted to take care of junior brother Fang after entering the Devil City. But now, it seemed that he was basking in junior brother Fang's glory. Thinking of this, Han Yuan couldn't help but smile. "Junior brother Fang, shall we continue searching?" Han Yuan asked. "Before that, I need to do something," Fang Chen said. In the following time, Fang Chen found the number 1 expert of the southern mysterious sky, Nangong Zhengwu. Nangong Zhengwu's strength was similar to Stone Devil King's. After Fang Chen easily defeated him, Nangong Zhengwu agreed to help Fang Chen search for the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master and the Divine Spring Bead. After doing this, Fang Chen met up with Han Yuan and continued searching for the Divine Spring Bead. Actually, to Fang Chen, the Divine Spring Bead was much more important than the inheritance. A few days later, the Unity Realm experts who entered the maze, other than the few who died, were all helping Fang Chen search for the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master. Although some people were unwilling, they had no choice. Under the pressure, they could only search. "Senior brother Nangong, I am unwilling." In a certain region of the maze, 5 people from the southern mysterious sky stood together. Among them, a young man with a face full of stubble said unwillingly. He seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. "Why do we have to help others search? Don't we need it?" This person continued. "What do you think of your strength?" Nangong Zhengwu looked at this person calmly and asked. Although I am not as strong as senior brother Nangong, I can at least be ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of the southern mysterious sky." Hearing this, Nangong Zhengwu nodded slightly and said, "You can't even defeat me. What qualifications do you have to say this?" Senior brother Nangong, that person's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but he was completely stunned by Nangong Zhengwu's following words. "Before I found you, I had fought with Fang Chen of the Northern Profound Heaven's Limitless Sword Sect. In the end, I lost completely. I can't even last 3 moves against him." Nangong Zhengwu sighed. "How is this possible?" The other disciples cried out in alarm. There was actually someone who could defeat Nangong Zhengwu in 3 moves. They didn't believe it. That man's strength was much stronger than you all imagined him to be. "If he hadn't held back, I would have already died," Nangong Zhengwu said. "Say, which do you all think is more important, your life or your inheritance?" The geniuses of the South Shentian fell silent. The same thing was happening to Bei Shentian. Stone Devil King and Hung Ji also used the same method to make them not have any complaints. In the vast maze, the 4 profound heavens martial practitioners were searching around the towering tree at the center. On the other hand, in a concealed place, Chen Fan's eyes were moving about, and he was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. "Idiots of the Western Profound Heaven." Chen Fan cursed inwardly. He was quietly approaching the remaining 3 disciples of the Western Profound Heaven. At this moment, the 3 disciples of the Western Profound Heaven were moving forward in low spirits. Just as they were about to reach a certain place, a figure suddenly disappeared. "What's going on?" Seeing this, the other 2 disciples widened their eyes and looked around vigilantly. "Where's senior brother Han Shi? Why is he missing? Could it be that Fang Chen is secretly attacking us?" Catcher. Chen Fan had secretly used a powerful method to kill Han Shi and absorb the energy in his body. Love go little say W. Chu a moment later, Han Shi's body turned into a skeleton. The aura that emerged from Chen Fan's body became even stronger. Chen Fan's eyes revealed a trace of greed. He stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. Continue. Using the strange terrain of the maze, Chen Fan sucked the energy of the 3 disciples of the Western Profound Heaven dry in a few hours. At this time, Chen Fan's realm had reached the peak of the Unity realm and was even more stable. Chen Fan spat out a mouthful of turbid air, his face full of smiles. Now that you've reached the peak of the Unity realm, your combat power isn't weaker than Fang Chen's. If you absorb the energy of a few more geniuses, you might be able to break through the bottleneck and reach the heaven-opening realm. An evil voice came from Chen Fan's body. There are at least 20 martial artists who entered the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master. I'll suck them all dry one by one. With that, Chen Fan disappeared from the maze. In the next few days, Chen Fan constantly wandered around the maze, ambushing the disciples of the Northern and Southern Profound Heaven. Under his powerful attacks, he succeeded a few times. 5 days later, the disciples of the Southern and Northern Profound Heaven met up. Their faces were covered in dust, their bodies were in a sorry state, and their auras were weak. Nangong Zhengwu, were you also ambushed by that mysterious expert? Stone Devil King asked when he saw Nangong Zhengwu's tattered clothes. You too? Nangong Zhengwu asked in surprise. After communicating with each other, they were even more certain that the mysterious expert had been following them all this time. Could it be Fang Chen of the Limitless Sword Sect? Nangong Zhengwu suddenly asked. Stone Devil King shook his head. He had fought with Fang Chen before, and he was very clear about the latter's strength. No, definitely not. If it was really Fang Chen, you and I would have been dead long ago. Stone Devil King said, furthermore, with Fang Chen's strength, there's no need for him to ambush us. Since that's the case, let's inform Fang Chen about this matter. Nangong Zhengwu said. Under the towering tree, Fang Chen and Han Yuan found some clues and were searching for the divine spring bead. Suddenly, they received news from Nangong Zhengwu and the others. Mysterious expert? Fang Chen was slightly startled, but he soon said, it must be Chen Fan. Senior brother Han Yuan, continue searching. I'll go take a look. After saying that, Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he flew toward Nangong Zhengwu and the others. After an hour, Fang Chen met up with Nangong Zhengwu and the others. If I'm not wrong, that mysterious expert should be from Dongxian Heaven's Dragon Demon sect. His name is Chen Fan, Fang Chen said directly. Chen Fan? What's his background? Nangong Zhengwu asked. I fought with him before, but he escaped, Fang Chen said. However, just as he finished speaking, the maze suddenly underwent an earth-shattering change. In the center of the maze, a dazzling light erupted from the towering tree. That's, Fang Chen's heart trembled, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Junior brother Fang, I found, Han Yuan's voice came from the communication jade pendant. Fang Chen could feel the joy in Han Yuan's voice. However, he stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. Senior brother Han Yuan. Fang Chen hurriedly asked, but no matter how he asked, Han Yuan did not say anything. This made him have a bad premonition. Chen Fan. Suddenly thinking of Chen Fan, Fang Chen took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Let's go take a look. The Stone Devil King took the lead and left with Fang Chen. Senior brother Han, please be safe. They prayed as they ran. At this moment, under the towering tree, Han Yuan's body was in a sorry state, and blood was spurting out. Chen Fan held Han Yuan's head with one hand and stared into the distance with his pitch-black eyes. Fang Chen, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Chen Fan sealed Han Yuan's strength and jumped onto the towering tree, ready to search for the divine spring pearl. It's best to find the divine spring pearl before he arrives. The dazzling light that erupted from the towering tree must be the divine spring pearl. However, Chen Fan could not find it when he arrived. What's going on? Chen Fan frowned and thought hard. Suddenly, he was shocked to find that a violent power had appeared on his right palm. The divine spring pearl? Chen Fan exclaimed. In an instant, he saw that after the dazzling light dissipated, a palm-sized pitch-black pearl was imprinted in his eyes. His face was full of excitement. He reached out his hand and grabbed the divine spring pearl. Boom! A vast power erupted from the divine spring pearl and directly entered Chen Fan's body. With a bang, Chen Fan's body was sent flying. After landing on the ground and stabilizing his body, Chen Fan's pitch-black eyes emitted a sinister light. Chen Fan. Chapter 2250. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure whizzed towards Chen Yuan, his body emitting an extremely violent energy. However, when he got close to Chen Fan, his body stopped abruptly. Junior brother Fang, don't bother about me. Kneeling on the ground, Han Yuan's body was covered in blood. His aura was weak and he was severely injured. He spoke with difficulty. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart ached. His eyes were red as he stared at Chen Fan. Let go of my senior brother. The more upset Fang Chen was, the happier Chen Fan was. He grabbed Han Yuan's head and said, Fang Chen, aren't you very capable? Why can't you save your senior brother now? As he spoke, Chen Fan exerted some force in his palm. Suddenly, tiny cracks appeared on Han Yuan's head and blood seeped out from them. In an instant, Han Yuan's head was covered in blood. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have fainted. Junior brother Fang, hurry up and do it. Han Yuan screamed hysterically. He was a supreme talent among the younger generation of the Wuji sword sect. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He would rather die in a battle than die in such a humiliating manner. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He hoped that Fang Chen would make a swift move. That way, he would be free. Senior brother Han Yuan, I will definitely save you. Fang Chen said word by word. His words were filled with cold killing intent. This was the first time Fang Chen had been so angry since he entered the demon city. If looks could kill, Chen Fan would have been unrecognizable. What's wrong? Are you feeling heartbroken? Chen Fan looked at Fang Chen mockingly and said disdainfully. At this moment, Nangong Zhengwu and the rest arrived. When they saw Han Yuan in a sorry state and Fang Chen in a rage, they remained silent. The situation had already gone out of their control. Let go of my senior brother. Fang Chen took a step forward and came in front of Chen Fan. If you move again, I guarantee that your senior brother's head will explode. Chen Fan glared at Fang Chen and threatened. You. What exactly do you want? Fang Chen looked at his senior brother Han Yuan and admitted defeat. Chen Fan pointed at the divine spring pearl on the towering tree and said, Take the divine spring pearl for me. Otherwise, not only will your senior brother die, but you will also die with him. Crack. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't move, Chen Fan exerted more force with his fingers and sank them into Han Yuan's head. A miserable shriek rang out from Han Yuan's mouth. His body trembled, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Okay, I'll go. Fang Chen shouted. Hearing this, Chen Fan loosened his grip a little. Senior brother, hold on. With that, Fang Chen leaped onto the towering tree and approached the divine spring pearl. A cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Sit and wait for death. That was not Fang Chen's character. Even if Han Yuan's life was in Chen Fan's hands, he wouldn't give in. At this moment, he was trying to figure out how to take the divine spring pearl while secretly communicating with Little Mouse and the others. Boss, we can't act rashly in this situation. Otherwise, Han Yuan will be in danger, Little Mouse said in a low voice. I can use the Royal Ant Tribe's special ability to release millions of royal ants at the same time to interfere with Chen Fan's attack, Xiao Huang said. I can release monstrous seawater to drown the entire maze, but it won't last long, Little C said. Pangolin pondered for a moment and said, if you guys can stop Chen Fan for 2 seconds, I'm confident that I can appear in front of Han Yuan and wrap him up before he makes his move. 2 seconds is too long. Even if the 3 of us use our special abilities at the same time, we can only make Chen Fan dazed for a second, Little Mouse said, shaking his head. After all, they were only in the divine inscription realm. No matter how strong their attacks were, they wouldn't have much effect on Chen Fan. They could only catch him off guard and make him dazed for a second. Not even 1 second. Pangolin shook his head. He needed at least 2 seconds. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect Han Yuan at all. If he couldn't appear in front of Han Yuan, then the plan would fail. This wasn't the result that Fang Chen wanted to see. Chen Fan will know immediately once I make a move. Fang Chen shook his head and rejected the idea of making a move himself. Han Yuan was in Chen Fan's hands. He couldn't take the risk. Boss, can you take out the divine spring pearl first and attack when you pass it to Chen Fan? We'll help you then. You should be able to succeed, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen shook his head. If there was such a good thing, Chen Fan would let him take the divine spring pearl personally. There are strong energy waves around the divine spring pearl. It's not that easy to take it out, Fang Chen said. Just as they were hesitating, the old faker who had been silent all this time spoke. I can stop Chen Fan for a second. What? Little Mouse and the others looked at the old faker in surprise. When Xiao Hai spits out water to drown the maze, Brother Mouse and Xiao Huang will attack together. You must make sure that you can hold on for 1 second. After 1 second, I'll take over. Then, it's up to Pangolin's ability, the old faker said. Okay, it's settled, Little Mouse said with a smile. However, Fang Chen vaguely felt that the old faker seemed to be hiding something. It won't affect you too much, right? Fang Chen asked. The old faker shook his head and said, don't waste time. Get ready. After the discussion, Fang Chen pretended to touch the divine spring pearl and was bounced back. He landed on the ground, just 1 step away from Chen Fan. Hurry up, Chen Fan said anxiously. The energy around the divine spring pearl is too strong. It's not easy to take it out, Fang Chen said. Chen Fan didn't say anything else and continued to stare at the divine spring pearl on the towering tree. Splash. Just then, Fang Chen moved his mind. Suddenly, the whole maze was filled with water. In an instant, the water drowned the maze and wrapped Chen Fan in it. Damn it. Seeing this, Chen Fan roared in anger and wanted to crush Han Yuan's head. However, he found that 2 powerful attacks were approaching him. Child's play. Chen Fan shouted and went to fight. The little mouse had unleashed its most powerful innate ability. A terrifying devouring force had completely shrouded Chen Fan. At the same time, Xiao Huang's body became bigger and turned into a member of the royal ant tribe. At the same time, millions of members of the royal ant tribe were released and crawled on Chen Fan's body. Get out of here, Chen Fan shouted. Instantly, countless members of the royal ant tribe were killed. Pangolin was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was close to Chen Fan. However, 1 second was up. It was time to test the old faker. Splash. The old faker's body turned into a towering tree and resonated with the towering tree in the center of the maze. At the same time, dense branches and leaves stretched out and wrapped around Chen Fan. You're courting death. The power in Chen Fan's body shook and the branches and leaves on his body were broken. However, at this critical moment, the branches and leaves of the old faker penetrated into the towering tree next to him and then approached the holy spring pearl. Splash. The old faker gritted his teeth and the branches and leaves rolled up the holy spring pearl. Suddenly, the body of the holy spring pearl exploded and the towering tree shook. Without any hesitation, the old faker swallowed the holy spring pearl into his body. Then, the vibrating power came out and dragged Chen Fan. Hurry up. 2 seconds, in the blink of an eye. When the old faker's body was broken and disintegrated, he happened to appear in front of Han Yuan. Splash. The pangolin unleashed its innate ability and used its body to wrap around Han Yuan's body. Crack. At this time, the old faker's body was completely broken and only broken branches and leaves were left. Die. Chen Fan was free. He roared and punched the pangolin. Bang. Pangolin's body flew out and smashed a big hole in the ground. Han Yuan's body disappeared. At the same time, Chen Fan vented his anger on Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. Rumble. Under Chen Fan's powerful attack, more than half of the millions of members of the royal ant tribe released from Xiao Huang's body were killed. Little Mouse and Xiao Huang also suffered different degrees of injuries. Chen Fan. A roar came into Chen Fan's body. The horrible aura dissipated and Fang Chen appeared in front of Chen Fan. Chapter 2251. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Without senior brother Han Yuan holding him back, Fang Chen could finally fight Chen Fan openly. At this moment, Chen Fan's face was gloomy and his heart was full of anger. He did not expect that Fang Chen would have so many helpers. Although these helpers were not worth mentioning in his eyes, he still managed to save Han Yuan. Damn it! Chen Fan cursed. His aura fluctuated as he stared at Fang Chen. Seeing that his 5 brothers had suffered different degrees of injuries, Fang Chen's heart was burning with anger. Help me take care of them, Fang Chen said to Nangong Zhengwu and the others without turning his head. Those who were still in shock nodded hurriedly and then took Little Mouse and the others to a safe area. Little Mouse and the others were in their human forms. They were seriously injured. Little C was fine because his root was not injured. As for Little Mouse and Xiao Huang, they had taken Chen Fan's attack head-on. Their internal organs were shattered and their auras were weak. Pangolin and Han Yuan directly fell into a coma. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger. As for the old faker, he was the most seriously injured. He forcibly took the Holy Spring Pearl and then stimulated the strongest power in his body to control the towering trees nearby to block Chen Fan's attack. As a result, his body was shattered and turned into broken branches and withered leaves. If he was not treated in time, his life would be in danger. However, before the old faker fell into a coma, he spat out the Holy Spring Pearl and said to Fang Chen, "Boss." After putting the Holy Spring Pearl into his boss's hand, the old faker fell into a coma instantly. Buzz! The Holy Spring Pearl in his hand emitted a bright light. Countless green lines directly drilled into Fang Chen's body. Immediately, the power in his body was raised to the extreme. I let you escape last time. This time, I will use your head to make up for the injuries of my brothers. After a short moment of ferocity, Fang Chen gradually calmed down. You think you can defeat me just because you have the Holy Spring Pearl? Chen Fan sneered. After absorbing the power of those idiots, my strength has reached the peak of the Unity Realm. I am no longer the Chen Fan you can bully as you wish. As he spoke, Chen Fan's aura rose to the extreme. So what if your strength has increased? In my eyes, you are still not worth mentioning. Fang Chen sneered. Now that there was nothing holding him back, dealing with Chen Fan would be a piece of cake. However, Chen Fan did not think so. He thought that his strength had already surpassed Fang Chen's. Then let's see if your strength is as sharp as your mouth. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, he abruptly opened his palm. Immediately, a violent black mist surged out from his body. Pang! The 2 fists viciously collided. The full power of the first layer of the demonic dragon body refinement art and the 4th level of the myriad sword body gave Chen Fan a power comparable to the heaven-opening realm. With an unstoppable momentum, Chen Fan's attack was destroyed. Do you still think so now? Fang Chen said coldly as he stared at Chen Fan overbearingly. With a cold snort, Chen Fan displayed his ultimate skill. With a wave of his palm, fine lines appeared in front of him. In the end, these lines merged together to form a thick line. Die! Chen Fan stomped his foot and controlled the thick line to shoot toward Fang Chen. Catcher! The void shattered, and wherever the thick lines passed, the air would scatter in all directions. However, Fang Chen's eyes were not serious. On the contrary, there was a trace of mockery. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Fang Chen's fingers had forcefully clamped down on the thick line. Is this what you are relying on? Fang Chen asked. Seeing this, Chen Fan controlled the thick lines with his mind and directly exploded them. The terrifying explosive force engulfed Fang Chen. However, after the dust settled, Fang Chen stood quietly as if nothing had happened. Your means are not worth mentioning in my eyes, Fang Chen said. Chen Fan stared at Fang Chen angrily and fell into a state of madness. Damn it! I'm going to kill you. Chen Fan communicated with the evil voice in his body and said, lend me your power. Okay. As the evil voice came out, green power poured into Chen Fan's body. Sure enough. Fang Chen had long suspected that there was an evil force in Chen Fan's body that did not belong to him. Now, it finally appeared. Die! Chen Fan controlled the green power and fought with Fang Chen. Traceless swordsmanship. The star-hidden sword suddenly shot out a sword and stabbed toward Chen Fan. However, when the transparent sword light approached Chen Fan, it was directly corroded by the green energy. Huh! Fang Chen was surprised. What is this green energy? Immediately, Fang Chen performed the innate soul reversal technique. The vast power of the soul principle condensed into a long sword and penetrated Chen Fan's head. Ah! A miserable scream came out of his mouth. His primordial spirit was severely injured. Trash! The evil voice came out. His power could only protect Chen Fan's physical body, but not his primordial spirit. Therefore, Chen Fan's primordial spirit was the most fragile. Fang Chen seemed to have noticed this and kept performing the innate soul reversal technique to attack Chen Fan's primordial spirit. Go! After a while, when Fang Chen took out the divine spring pearl and wanted to use the power of the divine spring pearl to enhance the power of the innate soul reversal technique, the evil voice said in a hurry. Before Chen Fan could react, he controlled Chen Fan's mind and quickly fled. Want to go? Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered and tried to stop him. Boy, if I want to escape, how can you stop me? Suddenly, a black ferocious shadow appeared above Chen Fan's head and the evil voice came out. The ferocious illusory figure shot out a green light that caused one to tremble, shooting directly at Fang Chen. Oh no! Sensing the power of the green light, Fang Chen knew this was bad and quickly dodged. While he was dodging, Chen Fan had already disappeared. Dong! The green light hit the ground and overturned the entire maze. Rumble! The huge maze instantly became incomparably clear. The thick fog quickly scattered. What a strange power! Fang Chen was amazed. What kind of existence was the black ferocious shadow in Chen Fan's body? Why did it have such a strong power? Swoosh! At the edge of the maze, Chen Fan's figure flashed and disappeared. He must have been severely injured after using such a skill. Fang Chen muttered to himself, but he did not chase after him. He was very worried about his brother's injuries, so he quickly came to their side. After a simple check, he found that Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Hai were not seriously injured. As for Pangolin, his life was not in danger, but his armor was shattered and his body was severely injured. Fang Chen took out the soul-reviving pill and gave it to Han Yuan. In an instant, Han Yuan's primordial spirit was restored to its original state and he was full of energy. This is... Han Yuan's heart trembled. Nangong Zhengwu and the others beside him also opened their eyes wide. Is it the soul-reviving pill? It's really the soul-reviving pill. It can completely restore a withered primordial spirit. It's amazing. Even the Stone Demon King could not help but exclaim. Senior brother Han Yuan, you should heal yourself. Fang Chen nodded. Junior Fang, hurry up and check on them. Han Yuan said anxiously. Fang Chen walked to the old faker with a heavy heart and put his palm on the old faker's pulse. The shattering of his body is a fatal blow to the old faker. After a long time, Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. Fang Chen, if I'm not wrong, your brother's body is a plant. In the battle just now, his body was shattered and he was severely injured. The Stone Demon King suddenly said. However, it's not impossible to treat him. Do you have a way? Fang Chen asked anxiously. The Stone Demon King pondered for a moment and said, the Heavenly Demon Sect has a kind of heavenly spirit milk that can save your brother. The heavenly spirit milk was a rare and precious treasure in the world. It was especially useful for plant-type martial artists. It was boundless. Fang Chen shook his head when he heard that. What a pity. Nangong Zhengwu said. Stone Demon King, isn't that the same as not saying anything? The heavenly spirit milk is in the heavenly demon sect. How can we get it? Hengji said. Chapter 2252. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. What is it? Fang Chen's body tensed up and he asked hurriedly. The Stone Demon King looked at Fang Chen and said, I just heard it from the elders of the sect. I'm not sure if it's true or not. But I don't think it's groundless. Since there is such a rumor, it must be true. The celestial spiritual milk is born from the creation of heaven and earth. Every drop is priceless. Even in our heavenly demon sect, we only have 3 drops after countless years. As for the substitute of the celestial spiritual milk, it's called spiritual spring milk. As for the specific location of the demon city, I'm not sure. After hearing the Stone Demon King's words, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. No matter whether what the Stone Demon King said was true or not, he had to try. This was the only way to save the old faker. Don't worry. I'll definitely cure you. Fang Chen stared at the old faker and said in a low voice. After the big battle, the maze was broken. Fang Chen and the others were in low spirits. After 3 days of rest, the injuries of Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Hai had basically stabilized. As for Pangolin, his injuries were slightly more serious. Especially his broken carapace, he needed treasures of heaven and earth to repair it. Only the old faker was still in a coma. Outside the maze, in the tomb, a black shadow was hiding in the void, staring at Fang Chen and the others. You're really useless. This black-robed figure was a member of the Tianqing clan. He was about to attack, but after noticing Chen Fan's existence, he was ready to kill with a borrowed knife. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? This made him very helpless. He could only wait for an opportunity to take action. It's almost time. After observing for a few days, he felt that the time was right and he could take action. Taking advantage of the time when Fang Chen and the others relaxed their vigilance, this person quietly used the special means of the Tianqing clan and quickly approached Fang Chen. Humph, with my flying skill, you can't find me at all. The black-robed martial artist sneered and continued to approach. Fang Chen, who was taking care of the old faker, suddenly frowned. What happened? Fang Chen thought to himself. He felt a faint fluctuation in the void, but it was not obvious. He continued to sense, but he seemed to be unable to sense anything. At this time, Fang Chen did not say anything and continued to take care of the old faker. However, his realm of myriad swords had quietly spread out and shrouded everyone in it. At the same time, his divine sense quietly emerged and observed every movement in the surroundings. Soon, the black-robed warrior arrived in front of Fang Chen. He was well aware of how powerful Fang Chen was. If they were to fight head-on, he might not even be able to kill this kid. If he were to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to kill this kid in one strike. Die. Suddenly, a long, winding sword appeared in the black-robed warrior's palm. It was similar to the golden snake sword that Fang Chen had seen on Earth. A spot of light appeared on the tip of the sword. A wild and evil aura instantly entered the sword. Puff! The long sword pierced the void and appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant. Oh no! Nangong Zhangwu and the others cried out involuntarily. They were forced to retreat by the terrifying aura released from the long sword. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Fang Chen did not exclaim when he saw this. Instead, he parted his mouth and smiled. Immediately, he turned around and extended his large hand to grab at the empty space. Suddenly, the void collapsed and the sound of explosions was incessant. The black-robed warrior appeared in front of Fang Chen. You! How did you find me? The black-robed warrior stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open. The means he used could be ranked in the top 3 among the concealment means of the Tianqing remnant tribe. He really could not figure out whether this guy had found him by accident or had really found him. You want to fool me with such a small trick? Why would the Tianqing remnant tribe send a fool like you to deal with me? Fang Chen spread out his hands and said with a smile. You're courting death. The black-robed warrior knew that he could not give Fang Chen any chance to take a breather. The long sword in his hand made a subtle sound, as if a snake was breathing. It's very similar to the golden snake sword. Fang Chen smiled. However, the long sword was a heaven-opening weapon. The golden snake sword was not on the same level as it. However, it's still too weak. Fang Chen took out the star-hidden sword and displayed the traceless sword principle. At the same time, the special attribute of the star-hidden sword was displayed. In an instant, the winding long sword was imprisoned in the void. No. The black-robed warrior roared hysterically. He widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in shock. It's just a low-grade heaven-opening weapon. How can it compete with my star-hidden sword? Fang Chen sneered. With a flick of his finger, the hidden star sword instantly shot towards the winding golden longsword. After that, it released a terrifying aura that drowned the longsword. After a while, the golden longsword was swallowed by the star-hidden sword. At the same time, the transparent sword light had penetrated the black-robed warrior's body. He didn't even have the time to send a message to his other companions before he died. I didn't expect Tian Qing's descendants to also sneak into the demon city. Fang Chen's face was a little dignified. Tian Qing's descendants were really everywhere. Boss! Little Mouse shouted. We can't stay here for long. Let's go out first. Fang Chen said. His companions would definitely sense the death of Tian Qing's descendants. They would soon come here. Crash! Fang Chen put Little Mouse and the other 4 into the divine spring again. Then, he led Han Yuan and the others and quickly left the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. Outside the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord, there were many warriors. Their auras were very powerful. Thunder Hand Wang. A blue-robed warrior saw Thunder Hand Wang and called out in a low voice. Seeing this, Thunder Hand Wang hurried over. Greetings, President. Thunder Hand Wang was very respectful to the blue-robed warrior. This person was the president of the 36th Demon Faction branch. His position in the Demon Faction headquarters was also very special. Did you find anything? The blue-robed warrior asked. Someone escaped from the tomb before, but he was taken away by the people of Jingyu Palace. Thunder Hand Wang said. Jingyu Palace? Hearing these 3 words, the blue-robed warrior's face also showed a trace of emotion. They also came to join in the fun. The blue-robed warrior was puzzled. Jingyu Palace was at the same level as the Demon Faction headquarters. It was also one of the 5 strongest forces. Moreover, the people of Jingyu Palace were usually eccentric. They were arrogant and looked down on these new warriors. But this time, why would they appear in front of the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord? What about the warrior they took away? The blue-robed warrior asked. That person was seriously injured. His aura is weak. I don't know his specific potential. Thunder Hand Wang said. The blue-robed warrior nodded. He knew he couldn't get anything out of him. At a glance, there were many warriors on the plain, all representing their respective forces. Among the 5 top forces, except for Jingyu Palace, the other forces didn't come. As for the Demon Faction, they only sent 36 branches. Below them were some small forces. These forces were as numerous as the hairs on a cow in Demon City. Celestial Eye Palace Lord, how is it? In a certain area, a man with an eye on his forehead quietly looked at the tomb. Beside him was a golden-armored man with a battle axe. He smiled and said, The tomb of the Sky Spring Master is in the territory of the Sky Eye Palace, but you have not made any progress over the years. I told you before that if you want to make any progress, you must occupy the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. The man in golden armor with the battle axe was the leader of the huge axe gang, Stone Axe King. Humph, it's none of your business. Celestial Eye Palace Lord snorted and said in a deep voice. Stone Axe King's words touched his heart. The Heavenly Spring Pearl must be mine. Celestial Eye Palace Lord clenched his fist and thought, when the tomb closes and everyone disperses, my Celestial Eye Palace will occupy the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. I'll definitely find a chance to break the seal of this tomb. Ha ha ha, the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord has opened. It seems those Unity Realm warriors are coming out. I wonder if anyone got the Heavenly Spring Pearl this time. Many warriors were paying attention to the Heavenly Spring Pearl. Once the Heavenly Spring Pearl appeared, it would definitely trigger a huge war. Under the gaze of everyone, the tomb opened and someone finally walked out. Wang. A terrifying aura rushed out, suffocating everyone. Several figures walked out of the tomb. When they stabilized their bodies, they looked around and felt their hearts trembling. Chapter 2253. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. So many experts. Nangong Zhangwu and the others were a little reserved. After all, they were surrounded by so many experts. Which one of you obtained the divine spring bead? Suddenly, a voice sounded. The person who spoke was Palace Master Celestial Eye. His cold gaze swept across Fang Chen and the others as he asked in a deep voice. His third eye was incomparably demonic and gave people a very shocking feeling. Fang Chen could clearly feel the danger from his third eye. I didn't. Nangong Zhangwu and the others shook their heads. They naturally knew that Fang Chen had obtained the divine spring bead. However, the latter had saved them in the maze. How could they betray him? Fang Chen's expression was very calm. Being stared at by Celestial Eye Palace Master and the others, he was still able to face them calmly. You're lying. Celestial Eye Palace Lord said coldly. His violent aura enveloped them, wanting to use his aura to suppress the defenses in their hearts. Celestial Eye Palace Lord, aren't your methods too despicable? The speaker was Stone Axe Monarch of the Huge Axe Gang. He smiled at Sky Eye Palace Master. At this moment, the blue-clothed martial artist from the 36th Demon Celestial Branch also approached. Same old rules, let's just choose. Many martial artists glanced at Fang Chen and the others. I like this guy better. Stone Axe King grinned at Stone Demon King, holding his battle axe. Kid, are you willing to join my Huge Axe Gang? Stone Axe King asked. The Stone Devil King pondered for a moment and finally agreed. I'm willing to join. Okay, come behind me. Love Go Little Say W. Stone Axe King led Stone Demon King to the side. He had already chosen one, so he couldn't choose anyone else. Otherwise, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Very quickly, some of the major forces had already finished selecting their candidates. Hengji, Nangong Zhangwu, and Han Wan were all chosen. Only Fang Chen was left. He was chosen by Celestial Eye Palace Lord. However, he refused. Are you willing to join my Celestial Eye Palace? Celestial Eye Palace Lord asked. I'm not willing. Why? Palace Master Celestial Eye's third eye seemed to be about to open as he glared at Fang Chen. Celestial Eye Palace is too weak, Fang Chen said directly. You, Sky Eye Palace Master was enraged. His third eye opened instantly, and a destructive light shot out, sweeping across Fang Chen's body. Chimph, a Unity Realm expert dares to look down on my Heaven's Eye Palace? Celestial Eye Palace Lord thought that Fang Chen was dead. However, when the dazzling light of destruction dissipated, Fang Chen was standing on the ground, unharmed. How is this possible? Celestial Eye Palace Master widened his eyes in shock. This brat's speed is extremely fast. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he used his speed to dodge Celestial Eye Palace Lord's attack. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Immediately, the gazes of the warriors from the other forces fell on Fang Chen. Little friend, are you willing to join my Devil Celestial Branch? The blue-robed warrior said with a smile. Behind him, Thunderhand King had a helpless expression. If you join my Huge Axe Gang, I can give you endless cultivation resources. From then on, no one will dare to bully you in this Devil City. Stone Axe King hurriedly said. Join my Devil Sword Pavilion. My Celestial Azure Pavilion sincerely invites little friend to join us. For a moment, many organizations were inviting Fang Chen to join them. A Unity Realm expert could dodge the attack of the third eye of Celestial Eye Palace Master. One could imagine how great his potential was. And this was under the situation where they did not know what had happened in the tomb. Nangong Zhangwu and the others were filled with envy when they saw this scene. But after thinking of this fellow's abnormal strength, they felt that everything was within reason. Looking at everyone's face, Fang Chen said faintly, I want the spirit spring milk. Whoever can provide me with it, I'll join that organization. Or, you can provide me with information. Chimph, you are just a Unity Realm expert. What qualifications do you have to bargain with us? That's right. Which one of us here isn't at the chaotic heaven deity level? A mere Unity Realm expert is too daring. Fang Chen's words made many warriors unhappy. They all spoke out. Little friend, you have to prove to us that you have the qualifications to bargain. Stone Axe King of the Huge Axe Gang said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. At any time, the fist was the absolute truth. Only by displaying sufficient monstrous talent would he be valued by the others. Shio. The hidden star sword flickered rapidly as it pierced out. With a peng, a towering tree in the distance fell to the ground. When everyone saw this, their hearts trembled slightly. The interior of the towering tree had already been destroyed into a sorry state. This brat isn't simple. Many people had such thoughts in their hearts. Little friend, even though I don't have the spirit spring milk, if you join us, I can guarantee you that I will inquire about it. Little friend, you mainly cultivate the sword Dao. It is most suitable for you to join my Devil Sword Pavilion. Fang Chen shook his head and rejected them one by one. I have previously explored the Devil City and heard about the Spirit Spring Milk. If you join the Huge Axe Gang, I can tell you everything and help you find the Spirit Spring Milk. Stone Axe King said. Okay, I agree. Fang Chen nodded. Even though he used this as a condition, he knew how to act appropriately. Everyone present was a martial artist stronger than him. If he didn't join any force in the end, these people would definitely not let him go. Ha ha ha, come to me. Stone Axe King was very happy. He had recruited 2 talented warriors at once. The others looked at Stone Axe King enviously. Everyone, I will take my leave first. Stone Axe King led Fang Chen and Stone Demon King out of this area. Celestial Eye Palace Master looked coldly at Fang Chen's back as a trace of killing intent emerged in his heart. The curtain fell on the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. Fang Chen was the ultimate beneficiary. He had obtained the Heavenly Spring Pearl that everyone had dreamed of. Soon, Stone Axe King led the 2 back to the territory of the Huge Axe Gang. This is the city of the Huge Axe Gang. Stone Axe King said, we have a total of 50 people, all of whom are heavenly gods. Including me, there are 2 in the earth-splitting realm. The rest are in the heaven-splitting realm. Hearing this, Fang Chen sighed inwardly. Earth-splitting realm warriors were already considered strong in the Devil City. They could form a force. As for absolute Saint realm warriors, only the top 10 on the demon god list could see them. They are usually cultivating and are very free. They only gather together when fighting for resources, Stone Axe King said with a smile. Master, what is your rank on the demon god list? Stone Demon King asked curiously. I am only considered a middle-level warrior in the earth-splitting realm. I am currently ranked 69th. Stone Axe King smiled and said, the president of the 36th Demon God Branch is ranked 53rd. Demonic Sword Tower Master is ranked 42nd. Celestial Azure Pavilion Master is ranked 49th. As for Celestial Eye Palace Master, he is ranked 73rd after me. Why are they all ranked below 40th? Stone Demon King continued to ask. Stone Axe King shook his head and smiled bitterly. In fact, although our forces seem strong, in the eyes of the top 5 forces, we are simply a joke. Almost all the top 40 warriors on the demon god list are in the top 5 forces. Stone Axe King said, however, the other 4 forces are all elites. They have few people but strong combat power. As for the demonic faction, they are a little different. Their headquarters have quite a number of experts in the top 40 of the demon god list. However, Old Demon Shia has established 36 demon god branches to attract warriors with average strength. I see. Stone Demon King understood. In the Devil City, as long as you don't provoke the top 5 forces, you will be fine. Of course, if you can join them, you will benefit a lot, Stone Axe King said. From Stone Axe King, he roughly understood the current situation in the Devil City. In fact, it was not as complicated as Fang Chen imagined. As long as his strength improved steadily, he could protect himself in the Devil City. Next, Fang Chen could not wait to ask Stone Axe King about the whereabouts of the Spirit Spring Milk. Leader, do you know where the Spirit Spring Milk is? Fang Chen asked eagerly. Tens of thousands of years ago, when I was still in the heaven-splitting realm, I accidentally heard an expert from Jingyu Palace mention the Spirit Spring Milk, Stone Axe King said. That expert said that the Spirit Spring Milk is most likely to appear in the Yin Tomb Spring. Stone Axe King said, the Spirit Spring Milk can only exist in extremely cold places. In the entire Devil City, only the Yin Tomb Spring fits the criteria. Yin Tomb Spring? Where is that? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 2254. Genius 1 Second Remember Love Go Little? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Yin Tomb Spring is an extremely cold spring water. It's located in the northern ice plains of Devil City. It's cold there all year round. Even Unity Realm warriors will have their primordial spirit frozen after a long time. Stone Axe King slowly said, therefore, very few people are willing to go there. Extremely cold spring water? How does it compare to destruction heavy water? Fang Chen asked. Destruction heavy water? Stone Axe King opened his eyes wide. He looked at Fang Chen, saying, you actually compare destruction heavy water with Yin Tomb Spring water? You're really talented. Let me tell you, these two are not on the same level. It's like one is a newborn baby and the other is an unparalleled expert who has cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. Tell me, how do you compare? Hearing Stone Axe King's words, Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. No wonder this Yin Tomb Spring water could freeze the primordial spirit of a First Realm warrior. It was too terrifying. Is the spirit spring milk in the Yin Tomb Spring? Fang Chen asked. Even though no one has confirmed it, I feel that it is very likely. Stone Axe King said, if there is a place in Devil City where spirit spring milk is most likely to appear, it would be the Yin Tomb Spring. Only the special environment of the Yin Tomb Spring can allow spirit spring milk to grow there. No matter what, I have to go and take a look. Fang Chen said solemnly. The old faker's main body was severely injured and on the verge of death. Without the spirit spring milk, he would most likely die. The northern ice plains is not a good place. With your current strength, you can't enter the Yin Tomb Spring. Stone Axe King reminded. But I have to save my brother. Stone Axe King stared at Fang Chen for a long time before saying, it's not impossible to enter the northern icefield. Every month, the northern icefield will show signs of melting. That's when the northern icefield's temperature is highest. You can take advantage of the melting time to enter and search for the Yin Tomb Spring. Many thanks. After some discussion, Fang Chen decided to enter the northern ice plains alone. Although Stone Axe King thought highly of Fang Chen, he wouldn't risk his life with him. The northern ice plains was almost a forbidden place in the demon city. Only the absolute saints ranked in the top 10 on the demon god list could enter the northern ice plains as they wished. After obtaining the map of the northern icefield, Fang Chen immediately took action. Walking in the desolate space of the Devil City, Fang Chen could feel that the temperature of the air was gradually dropping as he headed north. Northern Icefield. After half a month, Fang Chen finally arrived at the edge of the northern icefield. When he looked over, he suddenly discovered that there was an endless glacier in front of him. So cold. His entire body was enveloped in flames. Even so, the depths of his primordial spirit still felt cold. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The scorching sun had yet to appear. Let's wait. According to Stone Axe King, they could only enter the icefield when the icefield melted every month. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged. Taking advantage of this time, he continued to study the Azura Sword Dao. Hoo hoo hoo. Whistling cold wind came from the surroundings. The origin source energy was constantly surging. Fang Chen's mind was filled with the majestic Sword Dao. He had once cultivated the illusory Sword Dao, but he gradually focused on attacking. Scarlet sword lights flashed in his mind. The killing aura was chaotic. The Azura Sword Dao is known as the Slaughter Sword Dao. It really lives up to its reputation. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Previously, he had comprehended a trace of the Azura Sword Dao. His comprehension of the martial Dao had increased instantly, allowing him to step into the Unity Realm. And now, comprehending the Azura Sword Dao again felt much simpler than before. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The melting of the icefield was infinitely close. Fang Chen could feel the temperature in the air rising. Love go little say W, Chu he sighed in his heart. The northern icefield was really mysterious. He did not know if it was man-made or natural. Huala. He slowly opened his eyes. Two majestic sword lights shot out from his eyes and hit the ice field. Catcher! The thick ice on the ice field exploded after being pierced by the sword lights. Countless ice shards scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Fang Chen stood up and nodded in satisfaction. I have finally grasped the basics of the Azura Sword Dao. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The more he comprehended the Azura Sword Dao, the more he felt that Demon Sword Paragon's comprehension of the Sword Dao was too powerful. The Azura Sword Dao was a slaughter sword Dao. Its attack power was extremely strong. After grasping the basics of the Azura Sword Dao, Fang Chen's heart was touched. He began to try to create the fifth move of the Traceless Sword Dao. Needless to say, he was able to perfectly execute the fifth move that he had in mind in a single breath. Xiu. The fifth move was even more magnificent and tyrannical. This move was perfectly combined with the Azura Sword Dao. Its attack power had reached an unimaginable level. Boom! The Azura Sword Chi condensed into a sword light. It hit the ice field hard, causing it to shake. Hoo hoo hoo! Fang Chen retracted his aura. He was very excited. The power of the fifth move is stronger than the previous four moves combined. Fang Chen said excitedly. It is indeed the Azura Sword Dao. If I can fully comprehend it, how much will my attack power increase? He dared not imagine how far Demon Sword Paragon's control of the Azura Sword Dao had reached. Fang Chen's mood was exceptionally good. He had actually created the fifth move of the Traceless Sword Dao and grasped the basics of the Azura Sword Dao while cultivating in the northern ice field. To him, this was simply a huge surprise. His realm had quietly reached the middle stage of the Unity Realm. Who? He spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Before the smile on his face disappeared, he felt that the ice field had changed. The ice field is melting. Fang Chen widened his eyes and carefully looked at the ice field. At the same time, not far from the northern ice field, two middle-stage heaven-opening realm martial artists from the Sky Eye Palace were walking over. The ice field is melting. Let's go. The two came from the northern ice field. They were very excited to see the ice field melting. Hoo hoo hoo. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the edge of the ice field. Yee! Why does this brat look so familiar? It's him. He rejected the invitation of the palace master to join the huge axe gang. When the two of them recognized Fang Chen, a cold killing intent flashed across their eyes. Tmph, he dares to not put our Sky Eye Palace in his eyes. He is courting death. If we kill this person, the palace master will definitely reward us. The two of them chuckled and quickly approached Fang Chen. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a sharp aura approaching. He turned his head. Brat, do you still remember us? Fang Chen shook his head and said indifferently, I don't remember. When our palace master invited you to join the Sky Eye Palace, you actually rejected in front of so many people. Do you know what the consequences are? Do you think the Stone Axe King will protect you after joining the huge axe gang? You are wrong. This is the Devil City. No superpower can be as united as the 5 great superpowers. The Stone Axe King is willing to take you in only because you are valuable. Once you die, the Stone Axe King will immediately draw a line with you. Facing the two's ridicule, Fang Chen looked at them as if they were idiots. He asked, what does this have to do with you? You. Fang Chen's words infuriated the two. Brat, we originally planned to let you take the initiative to surrender and we can spare your life. But now it seems there is no need for that. That's right. You are dead. Fang Chen shook his head and said indifferently, the two of you originally had the chance to escape, but you gave it up. What a pity. Seeing Fang Chen's arrogant appearance, the two from the Sky Eye Palace were furious. They directly attacked. Although one's realm would be suppressed in the Devil City, one's comprehension of the martial Dao would not be suppressed. Furthermore, the various techniques of a heaven-opening realm martial artist were not something a Unity realm martial artist could imagine. However, they met Fang Chen. Wang. The god spring rotated, and a terrifying power surrounded Fang Chen. Xiu. The fifth move of the Traceless Sword Art was instantly displayed. A dazzling sword light drew a strange trajectory in the sky and stabbed at the two. At the same time, Fang Chen stood quietly, allowing the two's attacks to hit his body. Hoo! The god spring suddenly soared, crazily absorbing the power of the two. Dong! In an instant, the power of the two's attacks was absorbed, and they were sent flying by the god spring. Chapter 2255. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Poochie. A crisp sound rang out as the sword pierced their bodies. The two of them widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How did you? Their attacks had clearly hit Fang Chen. Why had they been sent flying? However, they no longer had the time to think. The dazzling sword light exploded, instantly blowing up the two of them. The chaotic aura in the air gradually calmed down. With my current strength, I can easily kill a middle-stage opening realm martial artist with the help of the divine spring, Fang Chen thought to himself. However, the divine spring had its limits. If he encountered a martial artist with strong tearing abilities, he would not be able to absorb their attack power. Go in. He turned his head to look at the ice plains. The sun hung high in the sky, rays of light shining on the ice plains. The ice on the ice plains was melting, and the temperature had reached a level that Fang Chen could endure. Whoosh! Fang Chen plunged into the ice plains and immediately felt a cool breeze. The 6 golden figures in his primordial spirit shook. Where is the Yin Tomb Spring? Fang Chen looked up and spread out his divine sense to search for the Yin Tomb Spring. According to the Stone Axe King, the Yin Tomb Spring should be located in the coldest place in the ice plains. The depths of the ice plains? Fang Chen said indifferently. Then he used the space-time collapse technique and quickly flew through the ice plains. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the depths of the ice plains. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a cold pool in the depths of the ice plains. It was the Yin Tomb Spring. The cold pool was surrounded by a heart-palpitating cold chi. Love go little say W, chew so cold. Even from far away, Fang Chen could still feel his primordial spirit trembling as if it was about to be frozen. However, when he saw a figure sitting cross-legged near the cold pool, he was dumbfounded. Who is it? Fang Chen could not figure it out. Even though he was so far away, he could feel that his primordial spirit was about to be frozen. Furthermore, there was a figure cultivating near the cold pond. He seems to be cultivating cold yin divine arts. Fang Chen carefully sized up the cultivator who was sitting cross-legged. Although he could only see his back, Fang Chen felt that this person shouldn't be too old. Wang. Suddenly, the man turned to look at Fang Chen. Ah! Fang Chen screamed miserably as he hugged his head with both hands. He felt pain in his essence soul. How dare you come to the northern ice field when you're so weak? The black-robed man shook his head and turned around to continue cultivating. However, when he turned his head, his gaze suddenly fixed on Fang Chen. Then, his pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. This is demon-killing sword chi? The black-robed cultivator abruptly stood up when he sensed the sword chi fluctuation around Fang Chen. He took a big stride forward and arrived before Fang Chen. His palm gently rested on Fang Chen's body, and the pain in the latter's essence soul gradually lessened. After a while, Fang Chen's essence soul was no longer in pain. His face was pale as he looked at the black-robed cultivator in front of him with lingering fear. Senior, I didn't mean to disturb you. Before Fang Chen could finish his words, he was interrupted by the black-robed cultivator. Have you also cultivated the demon-killing sword principle? The black-robed cultivator asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what the black-robed cultivator was talking about. Seeing Fang Chen in a daze, the black-robed cultivator explained, Indeed, with your cultivation, it's impossible for you to know about the demon-killing sword principle. I guess you accidentally inherited it from somewhere, right? Fang Chen was silent as he looked at the black-robed cultivator seriously. The latter's face was very handsome. He was a young cultivator. Is he an expert in the top 10 of the demon god list? Fang Chen thought to himself. To have such strength at such a young age, he could only be a monster in the top 10 of the demon god list. Seeing Fang Chen remain silent, the black-robed cultivator thought he had guessed correctly. Release the aura of the sword principle that you cultivate, the black-robed cultivator said. Fang Chen nodded and released the aura of the Azura sword principle instantly. The majestic sword chi contained a bloody and murderous aura. After the black-robed cultivator sensed it, his face was filled with excitement. Your demon-killing sword principle has been cultivated to a certain extent. The black-robed cultivator said, I didn't expect to meet someone of the same sword principle in this demon city. Then, the black-robed cultivator stretched out his hand and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Marosha, also a cultivator of the demon-killing sword principle. Hearing that, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He slowly stretched out his hand and looked at the black-robed cultivator in front of him in shock. It's Marosha? That demon who kills without blinking an eye? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Marosha was an expert ranked 11th on the demon god list. His martial path comprehension had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only one step away from entering the legendary realm. Marosha's strength was second only to the experts in the top 10 of the demon god list. However, even the absolute saint realm experts were not willing to provoke Marosha easily. The latter was an out-and-out madman. When he went crazy, it was too terrifying. Marosha was known for his insanity. He never needed a reason to kill and did as he pleased. The demon-killing sword principle that he cultivated was the top sword principle of the slaughter sword principle. Mo Luosha's reputation in the Devil City spread far and wide. Even Fang Chen didn't expect to meet him in the northern ice plains. Moreover, he seemed to have mistaken his Azura sword principle for the demon-killing sword principle. What? Have you heard the rumors about me? Marosha said with a smile. No one could tell that he was a demon who killed without blinking an eye. You and I both cultivate the demon-killing sword principle. We are of the same lineage. There are not many people in our lineage. I'm very happy to meet you in the demon city. At this point, Marosha paused for a moment before continuing. If you encounter any trouble in the demon city in the future, you can mention my name. Many thanks, Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. You don't have to call me Senior. We are of the same generation, Marosha said without any arrogance. However, he did not know that Fang Chen did not cultivate the demon-killing sword principle. Instead, he cultivated the Azura sword principle that was stronger than the demon-killing sword principle. However, Marosha had never seen the Azura sword principle before. When Fang Chen displayed it, it was very similar to the demon-killing sword principle. That was why he thought so. Hearing that, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. If he could get the protection of Marosha, he could do whatever he wanted in the demon city in the future. You are just at the Unity realm. Why did you come to the northern icy plains? Marosha suddenly asked. My brother is heavily injured. His body has shattered. He urgently needs the spirit spring milk to extend his life. Fang Chen said softly. I see. The moment Marosha mentioned the spirit spring milk, he understood. With your little strength, you can't even get close to the Yin Tomb spring. How can you get the spirit spring milk? Marosha pursed his lips. Is there really spirit spring milk in the Yin Tomb spring? Fang Chen anxiously asked. Marosha nodded. I cultivate the demon-killing sword principle. It requires me to absorb the cold aura. Hence, I have been cultivating near the Yin Tomb spring. According to my conjecture, there should be spirit spring milk in the Yin Tomb spring. It's just that it is slightly troublesome to take it out. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He felt excited in his heart. No matter what, he finally knew the whereabouts of the spirit spring milk. Senior disciple brother, my brother is dying. I have to take back the spirit spring milk. I wonder if senior disciple brother has any ideas? Fang Chen cupped his fists and asked. Marosha nodded satisfactorily. He admired Fang Chen even more. For his brother, he could risk everything to enter the northern icy plains and even the Yin Tomb spring. Despite knowing the danger, he still continued forward. Marosha was touched by this brotherly love. Forget it. Since we've met, it's fate. I'll help you this time. Marosha sighed and said slowly. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face was filled with an excited smile. However, I don't have much confidence. After all, it's the Yin tomb spring. If I'm not careful, my primordial spirit will be directly frozen. There will be no chance of survival, Marosha said. Do you need me to do anything? Fang Chen asked. Just wait for me at the side, Marosha said. It had been a long time since he had met such a suitable young fellow. Moreover, he also cultivated the demon-killing sword principle like him. Hence, Marosha wanted to help him. Splash! Marosha pushed off with the tip of his foot and leaped into the air above the Yin tomb spring. At this moment, milky white cold chi appeared around the Yin tomb spring. Marosha did not dare to be careless. Buzz! The demon-killing sword principle activated. The ultimate frost chi that he had absorbed over the years instantly surged out. Chapter 2256. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed across the sky. Love go little say webku milky white cold chi continuously gushed out of the Yin tomb spring. Mo Luosha's entry caused the entire Yin tomb spring to churn as if it was angry. The sun in the sky was also greatly affected and wavered. The Yin tomb spring is too strong. Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't met Mo Luosha, he would have died if he had entered the Yin tomb spring carelessly. In the distant horizon, an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being suddenly descended. How dare you come to the northern ice field when you're so weak? The old man waved his hand. Immediately, a violent energy surged out and formed a huge tornado. Whoosh! Fang Chen didn't resist and was swept away by the tornado. Whoosh! The old man controlled the tornado and entered the Yin tomb spring, disappearing along with Fang Chen's body. The Yin tomb spring changed and an extremely cold air gushed out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of black light shot out of the Yin tomb spring. Then, the black light exploded with brilliant power in the sky. Ha ha ha! A hearty laugh came out of the black figure's mouth. With him as the center, the source energy within 100 miles frantically surged into his body. The space in his body started to transform into a universe. Whoosh whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the black figure's body had transformed into a universe. His aura became even stronger. Mo Luosha, this guy, broke through? The sage-like elder was slightly taken aback when he saw Mo Luosha. He finally broke through. Mo Luosha was very happy. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for so many years and couldn't take the final step. He didn't expect that he would break through on a whim today to help his junior brother in the Yin tomb spring. Feeling the violent power from the universe in his body, Mo Luosha was very excited. It won't be long before the universe is fully operational. Then, I can extract it out of my body. At that time, my cultivation level will be completely stabilized, Mara Shah said excitedly. He had been stuck at the Saint Realm for a long time and had only just broken through. It was at this moment that Mo Luosha noticed the old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being below. To his surprise, he discovered that Fang Chen was no longer there. Mugu, where's my little brother? Mo Luosha asked in a deep voice. That Unity Realm expert is your little brother? Since when did you, Mara Killer, show mercy to the weak? The old man called Mu Jiyu sneered and said, I didn't like him so I threw him into the Yin tomb spring. What? Mara Shah widened his eyes in fury. You dare touch my brother? Mara Shah roared, and his eyes turned scarlet as he madly attacked Mu Jiyu. You have just made a breakthrough, and your cultivation hasn't even stabilized yet. Yet, you dare to make a move against me? Mugu's face turned gloomy. He waved his hand, and the void dislocated. Then, he appeared in front of Mo Luosha. Demonic killing sword Dao. After breaking through, Mo Luosha's attainments in the demonic killing sword Dao had become stronger. At this moment, the offensive power he could unleash made others blush with shame. On this day, a rarely seen intense battle occurred in the northern icy plains. Very soon, the news of the battle spread across the entire Devil City. Mo Luosha, who was ranked 11th on the Demon God list, was fighting against Mu Jiyu, who was ranked 10th on the Demon God list. The two fought for a day and a night in the northern icy plains. Eventually, Mu Jiyu was defeated and escaped with heavy injuries. Mo Luosha's aura was like a rainbow. He began chasing after Mu Jiyu endlessly. Many people felt their hearts trembling when they heard this news. The top 10 experts on the demon god list had an unshakable position. This was the iron law of Devil City. And Mu Jiyu, who was ranked 10th, was actually defeated by Mo Luosha. This was simply crazy. What? Mo Luosha defeated Mu Jiyu? How is this possible? This is true. Many experts have already verified it. Even the other experts in the top 10 of the demon god list have acknowledged Mo Luosha. They believe that he is qualified to replace Mu Jiyu. Heavens, isn't Mo Luosha too monstrous? To be able to defeat Mu Jiyu, he must have broken through to that level. Mu Jiyu is doomed to be chased by a madman like Mo Luosha. The Devil City was shaken. The top 10 of the demon god list that had been maintained for millions of years finally had a change today. Madman Mo Luosha had successfully broken through to that level with his absolute potential, defeating Mu Jiyu in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, nobody knew that Fang Chen, who was thrown into the Yin Tomb Spring by Mu Jiyu. Northern Icy Plains, Yin Tomb Spring. The Yin Tomb Spring was much bigger than imagined. Furthermore, it contained a cold aura. Even Mo Luosha and the others did not dare to enter it for a long time. Fang Chen was at the Unity Realm. According to logic, he would definitely die after being thrown into the Yin Tomb Spring. However, he had miraculously survived. About 5 kilometers above the Yin Tomb Spring, Fang Chen was currently lying at the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. His aura was weak. His primordial spirit had been frozen. Fortunately, the God Spring shone brightly at the crucial moment, saving his life. God Spring. Fang Chen could feel that the God Spring was currently resisting the aura of the Yin Tomb Spring. So cold. Fang Chen felt his entire body turn cold. It was as if he would die at any moment. How should I get out? The God Spring was formed from innate God runes of order. It was very strange. It could even resist the cold aura of the Yin Tomb Spring. This was something that Fang Chen had never expected. Otherwise, how could he, a Unity Realm expert, resist against the Yin Tomb Spring that made people tremble in fear just by hearing its name? Wang. The God Spring released an aura that belonged to innate God runes of order. It slowly resisted the invasion of the surrounding cold aura. Fang Chen crawled up with difficulty. He could feel that the energy in his body had been used up. He took out a soul stone from his bosom. Holding the soul stone in his hand, he began to absorb the energy within. Sigh. The soul energy within the soul stone poured into his primordial spirit, gradually reviving his frozen primordial spirit. An hour later, the energy within the soul stone had been completely used up. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had finally completely recovered. Looking at the soul stone in his palm that had turned into a useless rock, he was filled with emotions. I survived a great disaster. Fang Chen laughed self-deprecatingly. He had wanted to search for the spirit spring milk, but he had been thrown into the Yin Tomb Spring before he could even see the shadow of it. I wonder who that sage-like old man is. Thinking of that person, Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. If I, Fang Chen, can leave this place, I will definitely take revenge in the future. Fang Chen swore inwardly. Where is the spirit spring milk? Fang Chen looked around. He could not find anything related to the spirit spring milk. This made him very anxious. He could not move his body. If he moved, the energy within the God Spring would be consumed faster. The cold aura of the Yin Tomb Spring would invade his body. Thus, he did not dare to take the risk. It can't always be like this, right? Fang Chen was somewhat anxious as he muttered to himself. Splash. At this moment, ripples appeared within the Yin Tomb Spring. Then, these ripples formed a beautiful flower near Fang Chen. Blue auras emerged from the petals of the blooming flower. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the blue qi gradually condensed into an illusory figure. You are finally here. The blue illusory figure sighed and stared straight at Fang Chen. He flicked his finger. Immediately, Fang Chen felt the pressure around him disappear. Even the cold aura of the Yin Tomb Spring could not approach his body. How is this possible? Fang Chen exclaimed. Then, he looked at the blue illusory figure, his heart trembling. Senior, who are you? Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and asked. Ha ha, the blue illusory figure chuckled and shook his head. I have long forgotten who I am. I have been waiting for your arrival. The blue illusory figure's voice contained a sense of vicissitudes. Waiting for my arrival? Fang Chen was very puzzled. What did he have to do with the blue illusory figure? Xiu. The blue illusory figure's eyes shot out a substantial ray of light that entered Fang Chen's body. Immediately, Fang Chen felt the god spring move strangely, as if it was about to jump out of his body. It's out of control? He was shocked to find that the god spring was out of his control. His heart was filled with perilous waves. The god spring was the core energy source of a Unity Realm warrior. It was very dangerous for the god spring to be out of control. However, just as he exclaimed, a special aura emerged from the god spring. It wrapped around the substantial ray of light of the blue illusory figure and left his body. Natural Order God Rune. Chapter 2257. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing this, the blue shadow's face showed a touch of vicissitude. Then, he shook his head and sighed. I was injured so badly that my primordial spirit almost collapsed. Even now, I can only use the Yin Tomb Spring to prolong my life. If it weren't for the help of your innate order divine pattern, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. How difficult was it to resurrect such an expert? Even the blue shadow himself didn't believe that such a day would come. So, he shook his head and stopped talking. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he changed the topic and talked to the blue shadow about something else. For 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Chen learned a lot about the demon city from the blue shadow. It was much more complicated than what they had said. 3 days later, Fang Chen said goodbye to the blue shadow. Splash! The blue shadow collapsed in the Yin Tomb Spring and fell into a deep sleep. Fang Chen bowed slightly to the Yin Tomb Spring and then turned to leave. After returning to the huge axe gang, Fang Chen found a quiet place and released Little Mouse and the others. Boss, did you find the spiritual spring milk? Little Mouse asked eagerly. Fang Chen nodded. With a thought, rich spiritual spring milk appeared in his palm. Then, he put a drop of it into the old faker's mouth. Immediately, the spiritual spring milk's effect spread. In the blink of an eye, the old faker's face became extremely rosy. Seeing this, Fang Chen continued to feed the old faker the spiritual spring milk. Soon, he had fed him 50 drops of spiritual spring milk. Damn, spiritual spring milk can be eaten like this. King Stone Axe's face was full of surprise. He had thought that the possibility of Fang Chen getting the spiritual spring milk was very small. Even if he got it, it would be 1 or 2 drops. But now, he fed the old faker 50 drops in one breath. And this was because the old faker's body couldn't take it anymore. Otherwise, there would be more spiritual spring milk. How much spiritual spring milk did he get? Stone Axe Monarch thought to himself, his eyes blazing with passion. Wang. After the old faker swallowed a large amount of spiritual spring milk, the rich aura of the spiritual spring instantly spread out and completely wrapped the old faker's body. In an instant, the old faker reverted back to his original form. Like a broken tree, he soared into the sky. The old faker's body emitted a terrifying aura. Has the old faker recovered? Little Mouse and the others widened their eyes and stared at the old faker. At this moment, the aura of the old faker was rising continuously. It seemed like he was trying to break through to the Unity Realm. It can't be. The commotion caused by the towering tree had already alarmed the entire Giant Axe Gang. Many of the Giant Axe Gang's members looked over. What happened? What the hell happened? Under the towering tree, Fang Chen had a smile on his face. The effect of the spirit spring milk was much stronger than he had imagined. Usually, a single drop would be very precious. But now that he had given the old faker 50 drops, it should be sufficient for the old faker to break through to the Unity Realm. Roar! A series of deafening noises came out from the towering tree. The old faker did not encounter any obstacles when he tried to break through to the Unity Realm. Soon, The old faker's huge body gradually shrank. Finally, he reverted to his human form and appeared in front of Fang Chen. "Boss, isn't the effect of this spirit spring milk too strong?" the old faker said excitedly. Mouse and the other three stared at the old faker without blinking. "Have you reached the Unity Realm?" Little Mouse asked. "Love go little say W, chew yes. The spirit spring milk that boss gave me not only healed my injuries, but also helped me break through the bottleneck and reach the Unity Realm." Ha ha ha. The old faker was very happy. However, Little Mouse and the others were a little unhappy. Seclusion. "I want to break through to the Unity Realm too." Little Mouse and the others were obviously stimulated by the old faker. After discussing with Fang Chen, they decided to go out and explore. They had been stuck at the peak of the divine pattern realm for a long time. Without enough pressure, it was impossible for them to break through to the Unity Realm. "Be careful," Fang Chen warned. "Boss, don't worry. Isn't the old faker protecting us in the dark? Besides, the cultivation of the warriors in Devil City is suppressed to the Unity Realm. So what if they have a high level of martial Dao comprehension? With the four of us combined, we'll be able to protect ourselves." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. Finally, he watched the five of them leave. At this time, Stone Axe King walked towards Fang Chen with a smile. "Fang Chen," Stone Axe King said, "I didn't expect you to be able to get so much spirit spring milk." "Boss, just say what you want to say," Fang Chen said. Stone Axe King said embarrassedly, "I hope you can give me a drop of spirit spring milk. I can exchange it with my cultivation resources. What do you think?" Stone Axe King was afraid that Fang Chen wouldn't agree. He looked at Fang Chen anxiously. "Just this." Fang Chen was startled. He immediately said, "I thought it was something important. It's just a drop of spirit spring milk. Consider it a gift from me to boss." Stone Axe King had treated him well. A mere drop of spirit spring milk was nothing. "Really?" Stone Axe King shouted excitedly. Then, Fang Chen gave a drop of spirit spring milk to Stone Axe King. The latter was wild with joy. "Brat, how much spirit spring milk did you get?" Stone Axe King stared at the spirit spring milk with wide eyes. "Not much." Fang Chen shrugged. He couldn't say that he took all the spirit spring milk in the Yin Tomb Spring. After gaining control of the Yin Tomb Spring, Fang Chen felt that his comprehension of martial arts had improved. He planned to stay in the huge axe gang for the time being to consolidate his comprehension of martial arts and see if he could improve it again. However, the peaceful days soon passed. Half a month after he returned to the huge axe gang, Stone Axe King had to leave. One night, Fang Chen was ambushed. Swish! In the dark night sky, a cold light suddenly appeared. This cold light contained an aura that made people tremble. If Fang Chen hadn't dodged in time, the cold light would have pierced through his chest. "Who is it?" Fang Chen steadied himself and stared at the dark figure in front of him. "The one who will kill you." The black figure growled and continued to perform his killing move. The middle stage of Heaven Opening Realm? The fifth move of Traceless Sword Art was performed instantly. The aura of Azura Sword Principle swept across the land. A dazzling and terrifying sword light silently appeared in front of the black figure's chest. "Oh no!" Seeing this, the black figure quickly retreated. However, he had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. Poochie! The transparent sword light pierced through the black figure's head. "Palace Master! I'm wrong." His face was full of regret as his body slowly fell to the ground. Fang Chen walked in front of him, and after a brief inspection, he confirmed this person's identity. "Celestial Eye Palace?" Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. "Celestial Eye Palace Master. It must be Celestial Eye Palace Master." This person was vengeful and only he would send someone to assassinate him. "Unfortunately, you're wrong." Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at the sky as he said in a low voice. At the same time, in Celestial Eye Palace. Celestial Eye Palace Master held a jade slip in his hand as he paced around the palace, waiting for good news. "According to the time, it should be about time." Celestial Eye Palace Master muttered to himself, "I purposely sent Stone Axe King away. With Xiaolan's strength, she can definitely kill him silently. However, just as Celestial Eye Palace Master was thinking to himself, the jade slip in his hand suddenly shattered with a crack. Celestial Eye Palace Master's expression changed drastically as a trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Dead. Celestial Eye Palace Master's first reaction was that Xiaolan had been discovered by the huge axe gang and died. Damn it. Celestial Eye Palace Master snorted and immediately transmitted a message to his subordinates. Xiaolan's mission failed. She might have alerted the huge axe gang. Carry out the second set of plan, Celestial Eye Palace Master said eerily. I don't believe you can escape from me. Whoosh. A sinister and strange wind slowly blew past. Suddenly, the temperature in the palace dropped sharply, giving off a very cold feeling. Who is it? Celestial Eye Palace Master said in a low voice. There was no movement in the palace. Just as Celestial Eye Palace Master was about to use his third eye to search, a hoarse voice came. Chapter 2258. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Demon City was filled with danger. However, Fang Chen had the divine spring pearl and could control the Yin Tomb Spring as he wished. This was his trump card. If the Sky Eye Palace was stubborn, he did not mind luring them to the Yin Tomb Spring and slaughtering them all. Fang Chen's martial path was on the right track and he did not need to worry too much. The most unfortunate thing was that he had used up all his soul stones. Otherwise, he could have used this opportunity to cultivate the innate soul reversal technique. As for the demonic dragon body tempering technique, he was constantly tempering it. As long as he could find an opportunity, a breakthrough would not be a problem. Fang Chen's only focus was on the Azura sword principle. He had just started and he was already able to create the 5th move of the traceless sword principle. If he could completely control the Azura sword principle, how powerful would that be? During this period, Fang Chen had been quietly cultivating. Recently, his strength had increased too quickly and he needed a certain amount of accumulation. However, he did not expect that only 7 days after the first wave of assassination from the Sky Eye Palace had failed, the second wave of assassination came. Under the dark night sky, there was a crescent moon that lit up the entire land. Behind the crescent moon, there were countless twinkling stars. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. His ears moved slightly and he could vaguely hear the faint sounds around him. He squinted his eyes and quietly released the myriad sword territory. Then, he pretended not to notice and continued to cultivate. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. After waiting for 10 hours, the sky was almost bright. The assassins hidden in the dark began to act. Can't hold back anymore? Fang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he said coldly. Swish. All of a sudden, the void rippled, and a black whip with a frightening aura whizzed through the air. Crack. Wherever the black whip passed, the void shattered. In the blink of an eye, the long whip appeared behind Fang Chen and went straight for his heart. However, just as the long whip was about to touch him, Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. What happened? The expressions of the 2 Heavenly Eye Palace martial practitioners hiding in the dark changed greatly. They jumped out of the darkness and carefully searched for Fang Chen's traces. Die. Using the space-time collapse technique, he appeared behind one of the cultivators in an instant. Then, he used the innate soul reversal technique to attack the cultivator's primordial spirit, hindering his movements. Then, he released his Shura sword chi. After absorbing the Shura sword chi, the 5th move of the traceless sword art exploded with a vast amount of energy. The hidden star sword, which was red from head to toe, pierced into the man's body. Die. At this time, the other person finally reacted and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Bang! The first person had been killed by Fang Chen due to his carelessness. However, the remaining person's comprehension of the martial Dao had already reached the peak of the heaven-opening realm. In other words, in the outside world, his cultivation would be at the peak of the heaven-opening realm. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was still a bit difficult for him to deal with peak heaven-opening realm martial artists, but escaping was easy. Using the space-time collapse technique, Fang Chen's figure constantly flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he had already pulled away from that person. Senior brothers of the huge axe gang, the Celestial Eye Palace is attacking. Fang Chen's voice contained a violent energy that spread throughout the entire huge axe gang. The huge axe gang didn't have many disciples to begin with, and with the addition of those who had gone out to temper themselves, there weren't many left at the headquarters. Moreover, they were usually in seclusion, and if there wasn't anything too serious, they absolutely wouldn't come out. The Celestial Eye Palace had calculated this point, which was why they dared to assassinate Fang Chen so unscrupulously. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's roar awakened several huge axe gang disciples who were in seclusion. What? The Celestial Eye Palace dares to invade our huge axe gang? The Celestial Eye Palace is a bunch of trash. I've long since found them an eyesore. Kill these bastards. For a time, countless curses came from the secret room. Immediately after, several figures appeared in front of Fang Chen, their auras shaking the sky. Senior brothers, this person is a disciple of the Celestial Eye Palace, Fang Chen said hurriedly. The Celestial Eye Palace members who were chasing Fang Chen showed a trace of fear on their faces. Run. Without thinking, they fled directly. Trash, you want to leave after coming here? What do you think our huge axe gang is? The huge axe gang martial artists were violent in nature. Seeing the Celestial Eye Palace martial artists trying to escape, how could they let it go? Soon, several huge axe gang martial artists began to besiege the person who ambushed Fang Chen. Inside the palace of the Celestial Eye Palace headquarters, a black-robed martial artist sat on a wooden armchair, smiling at the Celestial Eye Palace master. The latter was restless and was pacing back and forth in the palace. In his palm were 2 jade slips. Cooperating with me is your best choice, the black-robed martial artist said sinisterly. The Celestial Eye Palace master was silent, as if thinking about something. Crack. Suddenly, the 2 scrolls in his hands shattered into pieces. Immediately, the Celestial Eye Palace master's face became gloomy, and a strong killing intent emerged around him. What? You want to deal with Fang Chen personally? The black-robed martial artist said mockingly. Can't I? The Celestial Eye Palace master said. I dare to bet that you can't kill Fang Chen, the black-robed martial artist said. Moreover, the Stone Axe King will be back soon. With his temper, if he knows that you sent people to ambush the huge axe gang martial artists, what will he do? The black-robed martial artist seemed to have guessed the Celestial Eye Palace master's thoughts and said indifferently. Before the second assassination, the black-robed martial artist had once mentioned the matter of cooperation. However, the Celestial Eye Palace master was cautious by nature and did not want to cooperate with others casually. Now you've seen it too. The martial artists you sent are completely useless. If Fang Chen wants to escape, no one in the opening heaven realm can track him. Even if you personally take action, it might not be effective. The black-robed martial artist seemed to know Fang Chen very well. You've investigated Fang Chen? The Celestial Eye Palace master frowned and said, Who are you? The black-robed martial artist was very mysterious. Even the Celestial Eye Palace master himself could not see through the person in front of him. Who I am is not important. The most important thing is that we have a common enemy. The black-robed martial artist smiled indifferently and said, According to your method, you definitely can't kill Fang Chen. Once he has time to grow, it will be troublesome. Therefore, if you want to kill this boy, you have to cooperate with us. Moreover, the black-robed martial artist suddenly stopped speaking. Moreover what? The Celestial Eye Palace master asked. Fang Chen very likely has the divine spring pearl on him, the black-robed martial artist said word by word. What? The Celestial Eye Palace master cried out involuntarily. The divine spring pearl was something he dreamed of. If he could get it, he would not have to stay in this remote place. He might even obtain the inheritance of the heavenly saint demon Venerable. Thinking of this, the Celestial Eye Palace master clenched his fists and struggled with his thoughts. After a long time, the Celestial Eye Palace master stared at the black-robed martial artist and said, I can cooperate with you, but I want the divine spring pearl. The black-robed martial artist let out a sinister laugh. Happy cooperation. Huge axe gang. After killing the Celestial Eye Palace martial artist, the huge axe gang martial artist looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Junior brother Fang, are the people of Celestial Eye Palace coming for you?" Fang Chen shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. A mere Celestial Eye Palace dares to behave atrociously in our huge axe gang. They must be tired of living. Yes, our huge axe gang has been too low-key all these years. I told the gang leader long ago that keeping a low profile will get us bullied, but he didn't listen. Look now." The few martial artists spoke one after another. Fang Chen did not listen to them at all. He was thinking of how to deal with the assassination of Celestial Eye Palace. If I rashly lure them to the northern icy plains, they will definitely sense it. Fang Chen thought inwardly, I must wait until they can no longer sit still before I lure them to the northern icy plains. If I disrupt their assassination a few more times, even the Celestial Eye Palace Master would not be able to sit still, right? Thinking of this, Fang Chen revealed a faint smile on his face. Since you all want to play, I'll play with you all to your heart's content. Fang Chen thought inwardly. It just so happened that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck during this period. He might be able to use this opportunity to break through to the late stage of the Unity Realm or even the peak. Chapter 2259. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Sky Eye Palace had many ways to deal with a Unity Realm warrior. Love go little. Say if it was in the past, a Unity Realm warrior would have died long ago after provoking Sky Eye Palace. But Fang Chen not only survived, he even caused Sky Eye Palace to suffer heavy casualties. Sky Eye Palace, in a pitch-black palace. The black-robed warrior and Sky Eye Palace Master had a discussion. They were chatting happily. Both of them revealed a sly smile. Fang Chen, this brat, has heaven-defying potential and is very strong. He can easily kill a middle-stage heaven-opening realm warrior with his Unity Realm cultivation. If we don't eliminate him in time, he will definitely be a huge disaster. The black-robed warrior said. The name Fang Chen, from a certain point of view, had already spread within the Tianqing remnant clan. He had absorbed the innate god imprint of order and even broke through to the Unity Realm. This was something the Tianqing remnant clan was most unwilling to see. This trip to the Devil City was the best opportunity to kill Fang Chen. Now, there are two methods in front of you. The black-robed warrior continued. First, I will secretly obstruct Stone Axe King, and you will act at lightning speed to kill Fang Chen. The second method is to do something to his brothers. There is no need to use such a strategy to deal with a Unity Realm warrior. I can just act directly. Sky Eye Palace Master said solemnly. All right, then let's act now. Stone Axe King left for a period of time before finally returning to the huge axe gang headquarters today. Sky Eye Palace invaded my huge axe gang? After Stone Axe King heard this news, he could immediately conclude that the people from Sky Eye Palace were definitely targeting Fang Chen. It seems Sky Eye Palace Master already harbors a grudge against you. Stone Axe King said indifferently. But you can rest assured. In the territory of my huge axe gang, Sky Eye Palace Master won't dare to behave atrociously. Who is it? Just as Stone Axe King finished speaking, someone suddenly scolded in a low voice. Stone Axe King. A hoarse voice transmitted into the huge axe gang headquarters. The next moment, a black figure flashed. Courting death. Seeing this, Stone Axe King snorted and quickly chased after him. Not good. Fang Chen felt uneasy and his chest felt heavy. What happened? Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, a beam of light tore through the void and shot towards Fang Chen. The beam of light contained extremely powerful power. It quickly arrived in front of Fang Chen and pierced through the shackles of the domain of 10,000 swords. So strong. With almost no time to think, Fang Chen immediately performed the space-time collapse and then performed the fifth move of the traceless sword principle. Bang! The sword light collided with the beam of light, producing a deafening sound. The next moment, a strong corrosive aura emerged from the light beam, and the sword light instantly disintegrated. Fang Chen. Celestial Eye Palace Lord's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, directly exploding in the sky. Hand over the divine spring pearl, and I can leave you with an intact corpse. Hearing this, Fang Chen was surprised. How did Celestial Eye Palace Lord know that he had the divine spring pearl? Celestial Eye Palace Lord had been capturing Fang Chen's facial expression. Although his expression was very subtle, it was still captured by the former. Ha ha ha, you really have the divine spring pearl on you. Celestial Eye Palace Lord laughed and was even more certain of what the black-robed warrior said. At this time, Fang Chen also realized that he had lost his composure and let Celestial Eye Palace Lord see through him. The dignified Celestial Eye Palace Lord actually lowered his status to attack a junior. Fang Chen sneered. Stalling for time? Celestial Eye Palace Lord sneered. The origin energy in his body surged and the universe rotated. He suddenly blasted out a punch. Swoosh. Fang Chen's figure dodged. The punch hit the ground and directly destroyed half of the huge Axe Gang headquarters. Run. At this moment, Fang Chen only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. You can't escape. Behind Fang Chen, Celestial Eye Palace Lord said sinisterly. His primordial spirit already locked onto Fang Chen's root. Freeze. Only to see his finger gently pointed forward. In an instant, the void where Fang Chen was advancing became chaotic. Space-time technique. Seeing the situation, Fang Chen could not care so much anymore and displayed his trump card that he had comprehended over the years of the space-time form cultivation system. Space-time technique was comprehended by Fang Chen after going through untold hardships. Once displayed, it could allow the warrior to shuttle through the chaotic void. One had to know, the warrior shuttling through the void relied on the support of the origin energy. And once the void became chaotic and collapsed, the origin energy would dissipate rapidly. At this time, if forcefully shuttled through this void, there would only be two results. First, being blocked outside the chaotic void and unable to advance. Second, entering the chaotic void, the body would be twisted into pieces by the power of heaven and earth rule. Even Hun Tianxian did not dare to do this. Obviously, Celestial Eye Palace Lord had done a lot of homework in order to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to kill Fang Chen. Fortunately, I listened to the Black Shadow. Otherwise, you really would have escaped. Celestial Eye Palace Lord sneered and took a step forward, walking behind Fang Chen. On his forehead, the third eye slowly opened, and a beam of light that made heaven and earth pale burst out from it. Celestial Eye Palace Lord's third eye would not open easily. Once it opened, it would inevitably see blood. This was his innate remarkable ability. Combined with the power of his bloodline, the power of the beam of light had been raised to the extreme. He was a warrior at the advanced stage of the earth-splitting realm. If he opened his third eye to attack, his attack could be raised to the peak of the earth-splitting realm in a short time. Although it was only a difference of a small level, it was enough to render Fang Chen helpless. Damn it! Fang Chen felt the terrifying power behind him, and his heart trembled. At the same time, he also urged himself to use the space-time technique to its full extent. Seeing that the light beam was about to hit him, a beam of golden light burst out from his eyes. Then, he suddenly plunged into the chaotic void space. Dong! The beam of light missed and fiercely bombarded the chaotic void. Suddenly, the void directly shattered, and heaven and earth collapsed. How is this possible? Celestial Eye Palace Lord cried out when he saw this. His face was completely gloomy. The chaotic void and the beam of light attack could not kill this man. You can't escape. After a slight surprise, Celestial Eye Palace Lord stomped his foot and opened his third eye frequently, and a terrifying beam of light burst out. Poochie. The terrifying air wave shook Fang Chen until he vomited blood. He escaped from the chaotic void with difficulty, and his whole body was in a mess. At this moment, countless beams of light had formed a circle. Seeing that he was in a desperate situation, he was very anxious. I don't know if it will work. In his anxiety, Fang Chen forcefully crushed the jade talisman in his palm. At the same time, in the distant void, dressed in black, Mara Shaw's eyes were scarlet. Every time he waved his hands, a terrifying sword light burst out. Boom! The sword light in the sky quickly gathered together and hit a mountain in the distance, directly flattening the mountain. Huff! Mara Shaw spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and the murderous aura on his body dissipated. I didn't expect the demon killing sword principle to be able to improve again in the process of chasing after Mu Ji. Mo Luosha grinned and said, "Next time, if I meet Mugu again, I'll definitely take his head." Previously, Mara Shaw was angrily chasing after Mu Ji, but in the end, he still let him escape. However, even though he managed to escape, he was still heavily injured. The battle shocked the world. The news quickly spread throughout the demon city, and many people were shocked. At the same time, Mara Shaw took Mugu's place and successfully entered the top 10 of the demon god list. I don't know how he is. Mara Shaw thought of Fang Chen again. After pondering for a moment, he decided to enter the Yin Tomb Spring personally to see if Fang Chen was still alive. After taking a few steps, his body suddenly shook. Where is the huge axe gang? Mara Shaw murmured. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a stone door suddenly appeared in the void. He stepped into the stone door. In the sky above the huge axe gang, Fang Chen was surrounded by countless beams of light, and there was no way out. "Run, why don't you run?" Palace Master Celestial Eye sneered and looked down at Fang Chen. Fang Chen snorted coldly, his face cold. "You will regret it. You still dare to be stubborn at this point." Palace Master Celestial Eye waved his hand, and suddenly, countless beams of light rushed directly toward Fang Chen. "Stop!" Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar rang out. Chapter 2260. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. An existence that surpassed God Hun Tien was not to be humiliated. Just as Fang Chen was about to be swallowed by the countless strange light beams, the void suddenly collapsed and a black vortex appeared. Then, after that furious roar, a foot stepped out of the black vortex. Dong! With just a stomp, Palace Master Celestial Eye was thrown off his feet. The countless light beams that surrounded Fang Chen exploded with a dazzling brilliance. However, they were unable to withstand the power of the kick in the end. Crack! The forbidden divine skill that Palace Master Celestial Eye regarded as his trump card was shattered without any resistance. Poochie! Palace Master Celestial Eye suffered a strong backlash and spat out blood. His face was pale as he flew out. When he steadied himself, a black figure slowly walked out of the black vortex. "Mara Shaw?" Palace Master Celestial Eye cried out. In the entire demon city, there was probably no one who did not know Mara Shaw. The latter was an out-and-out lunatic. When he went crazy, even the top 10 experts on the demon god list would be afraid. Not to mention that Mara Shaw had taken the last step not long ago and surpassed the absolute saint realm to become a peerless existence. Even Mu Ji, who was ranked 10th on the demon god list, was chased by him for several days. In the end, he was seriously injured to escape from Mara Shaw's pursuit. That battle shook the entire demon city. Since then, everyone in Demon City had regarded Mara Shaw as the god of death. They would rather provoke the top 10 experts on the demon god list than provoke Mara Shaw. Fang Chen wore a smile on his face after seeing Mara Shaw's timely arrival. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "You dare to touch him?" Mara Shaw looked down at Palace Master Celestial Eye, who was weak, and asked coldly. "Lord Mara Shaw, I did not know his relationship with you. Otherwise, I would not have dared to touch him." Palace Master Celestial Eye knelt down and begged for mercy. Humph. Mara Shaw was straightforward and did things cleanly. He did not care what others thought. As long as he was willing, he could do anything. "He is a martial artist of my demonic killing sword Dao lineage. You should know that he is challenging me." Mara Shaw said in a low voice, "Do you know the consequences of challenging me?" Hearing Mo Luosha's words, Sky Eye Palace Master slumped to the ground. Over the countless years, none of the martial artists who challenged Mo Luosha had a good ending. A faint sense of despair rose in his heart. His dispirited gaze fell on Fang Chen. His hatred was monstrous. Damnable fellow, how did he get involved with Mara Kill? However, what he didn't know was that the reason Mo Luosha had chased after Mu Jiu several months ago was also because of Fang Chen. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have dared to attack Fang Chen. "Brother, do as you see fit." Mo Luosha turned to look at Fang Chen and said. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, Morosha continued, "Forget it, let me do it." After saying that, Mo Luosha walked step by step towards Sky Eye Palace Master. The latter trembled and looked at Mo Luosha pleadingly. "Lord Mo Luosha, please let me go." Sky Eye Palace Master knelt down and begged, "I, Sky Eye, am willing to be your slave for life." Unfortunately, Mo Luosha shook his head gently. "A piece of trash like you wants to be my servant?" An existence that surpassed celestial turbid sky could do anything as they pleased. No one could affect their mood, and no one could influence their decisions. Mo Luosha slowly raised his palm. Just as he was about to land it, he suddenly changed his mind and changed his mind. Mo Luosha shook his head, as if it was beneath him to kill Sky Eye Palace Master. With a wave of his hand, Palace Master Celestial Eye let out a scream of agony. Fang Chen looked over and saw that there was a bloody hole on Sky Eye Palace Master's forehead. Blood was constantly flowing out. When he turned his head, Mo Luosha was playing with Sky Eye Palace Master's third eye. "Your innate divine ability is not bad, but it's a pity that you've harmed yourself in the end." Mo Luosha said, "Since it's not easy to cultivate, I'll spare your life. However, since you dared to attack a martial artist of my demonic killing sword principal lineage, I'll take your third eye and cripple your innate divine ability as punishment. Do you accept?" "I accept." Sky Eye Palace Master didn't dare to be angry despite the pain all over his body. This was Mo Luosha, a great demon who had chased Mugu all over the world. How could he dare to say anything? "Do you still dare to attack my brother in the future?" Mo Luosha continued to ask. "No, I don't dare," Sky Eye Palace Master said with a trembling body. "Get lost." Mo Luosha waved his hand and sent Sky Eye Palace Master 1,000 miles away. Soon, Sky Eye Palace Master dragged his battered body and disappeared from the huge Axe Gang's territory. "Senior brother, thank you for saving me. If you hadn't come at the critical moment, I'm afraid I would have died." Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Although Mo Luosha was known as a lunatic, he was very good to him. Furthermore, he came to save him at the critical moment. At this moment, Mo Luosha was carefully sizing up Fang Chen as if he was looking at a monster. "I really can't imagine how a Unity Realm warrior could survive in the Yin Tomb Spring?" Mo Luosha asked with a puzzled look. Fang Chen chuckled, "I was just lucky." He didn't want to talk about the Yin Tomb Spring. Mo Luosha didn't pursue the matter either. But after this matter, he had a whole new level of respect for Fang Chen. In the entire Devil City, other than the top 10 experts on the Demon God list, you are the only one who could enter and exit the Yin Tomb Spring. Mo Luosha had a very high evaluation of Fang Chen. He believed that Fang Chen would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Demon God list in less than 100 years. This also meant that Mo Luosha believed that Fang Chen could reach the same level as him in 100 years. One had to know that ordinary warriors might be stuck at the Chaos Deity level for their entire life without being able to break through. Fang Chen had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, yet he was able to have such achievements. It was truly heaven-defying. Senior brother's comprehension of the demon killing sword Dao has already reached an unimaginable level. "I, your junior brother, am unable to catch up." Fang Chen sighed. Since Mo Luosha had mistaken the Azura sword Dao as the obliteration sword Dao, he naturally wouldn't let it slip. Mo Luosha waved his hand, "Your potential in the sword Dao isn't weaker than mine. Cultivate well. I hope that we can stand side by side at the peak of Devil City in the future. Then when we return to the outside world, we will sweep through all the prodigies." Fang Chen could see that Mo Luosha's ambition was huge. The reason why he was unwilling to leave Devil City was firstly because he wanted to borrow the cultivation resources in Devil City to raise his cultivation. Secondly, he wanted to dominate Devil City before leaving. His goal was to become a peerless expert like Demon Venerable Heavenly Saint. No one in Devil City dared to disobey his orders. At that time, when he left Devil City and returned to Void Star Sky, he would be qualified to talk to Ancestor Xing He and the others. However, it was extremely difficult to reach that step. "I believe that senior brother will get what he wants one day," Fang Chen said in a low voice. In fact, Fang Chen admired a martial arts madman like Mo Luosha. Haha, then it's all thanks to junior brother. Mo Luosha laughed. While the two were talking, King Stone Axe returned. He was slightly embarrassed. At the critical moment of the battle, the black shadow disappeared. This puzzled him. The black shadow clearly had the upper hand. Why did it escape? It wasn't until he saw Mo Luosha that he understood that the black shadow was afraid of Mo Luosha. Mo Luosha, ranked 10th on the demon god ranking? King Stone Axe stared at the amiable Mo Luosha in front of him with wide eyes and stuttered a little. Could it be, seeing Fang Chen and Mo Luosha standing together, no matter how stupid he was, it was obvious that Mo Luosha had resolved Fang Chen's crisis. You know each other? Boss, Mo Luosha is my senior brother, Fang Chen said with a smile. King Stone Axe's heart trembled, and he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. What did you say? Mo Luosha is your senior brother? You're King Stone Axe. Mo Luosha suddenly said coolly. Junior King Stone Axe greets Lord Mo Luosha. Even King Stone Axe of the huge axe gang had to be respectful in front of an expert ranked 10th on the demon god ranking. Thank you for taking care of my brother. If the huge axe gang needs anything in the future, you can use my name, Mo Luosha said calmly. This sudden surprise made the Stone Axe monarch's body fall to the ground stiffly.